I've still got a post-roast glow, you know? What's going on, guys? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that was a fun Saturday, right? I've been thinking about the roast toast. I got a post toast glow. Technically is my weekend. Had to speak to a judge today. Oh, that ruined the day off. Dang, you gotta put pants on. That sounds like a kind of thing you gotta have notes, right? You gotta have pants. You're talking to a judge. Hang in there, Gonzo. Gonzo worked for 10 hours on Saturday. I think? Are you still at work late Saturday night? Yes is here. That was so much fun. Stop it. What's up, Chaos? Hi, Jay. Yeah, let's get a classic yes. Good morning, guys. Good morning, you, Mrs. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? You can say hi. Here. Hi. 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 I know. No. Hi. Wait, one second. I know. Like this one. Here, like this. Like this. Hi. Oh, star of the show. She's here, guys. Star of the show. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. I just woke up half an hour ago. So we're easing in. No, don't do that. I'm going to smell my stinky microphone. Oh, how's your Monday going, Bergie? You have a busy day? What'd you do? She was in one box, and then she was in the other box, and then I started talking. Smooch that cat, slug bones. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Yeah, you're a baby. She's a baby. Why don't we go over this way? Get a better look at her? Oh, are you dissatisfied? Doesn't know what's going on. What a stupid face. Look at her little Muppet face. Oh, I know. This is why you're here. But yeah. Scratch my head and eyes. Oh. The emote has scratching under the chin because it's hard to draw. I guess there is a lot of scratching under the chin. Because it's hard to draw an emote of you scratching your cat's eyes, right? She's talking. Totally. Zaya, what's going on? Happy post Sunday. What's going on? Newport's here. Okay. Is this enough? Is this enough? I wonder. See that face. Perpetually dissatisfied. Look at her stupid face. Perpetually dissatisfied. What do we get? Is it too bright? She's old lady baby. It's too bright. It's too bright. I know you do. I know. Guys, get ready for yapping. Today's gonna be a yap heavy day. I'm basking in the post-roast glow. Me too. 2 legendary necks from that jewelry spot in the key room. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's not stupid, she's just a baby, right? You know how they say that kids say the darndest things? Well, so would you if you had no education. Imagine. Perfect angel. Perfect, precious angel. She'll never know how many fans she has. Sometimes I think about that. When I contemplate smarter beings than us, right? If they exist, we think that we're so smart, but then you imagine trying to explain TikTok to a dog, right? And you realize just how little hope that the dog has of understanding TikTok, right? It's the same with us. There's another level up, right? And they're just like, oh, poor humans, silly humans, right? Okay, breathing is good. It's gonna be a yapper day. We're yapping today. It's a huge yap day. It's a Monday Yap Fest, even. It's, what is it, like endless shrimp yap fest? We've been playing long enough that we can do a review of the season, right? Dog only knows ticks, not talk. Oh, it's true. Ticks are scary. Queen Burger, Overlord of the Blinn House, Keeper of Chat's Heart. Aw, even non-cat lovers, aka me. It's because you get to experience the best aspects of cat through the screen, right? There's no yelling, there's no poo-paws, there's no, there's no worrying, and if she's doing something that, makes you worry. Yapping on a Monday, that's what it is. Endless yap extravaganza. Get ready for more for this. This is the stream, okay? Well, I mean, it's not entirely true. We also have dad trivia. And then we will eventually do some video gaming. Okay? We will eventually do some video gaming. But I want to prepare your expectations. Because not only do we have 6 trivia games related to Dark and Darker. I'm not spoiling anything, am I? No. 6 games. We're going to play solo winners. You win 1, then you're done. Because after 6, the winners assemble to fight the Horde. Look, they're coming. Look, they're coming. I love Yap. Breathe. Breathe emoji when. You know what? That's a good one. That's probably the best emoji idea that I've seen. Yeah, exactly. In a long time. Okay? Thank you for that, Gonzo. Thank you for that. That's actually very helpful. Because sometimes it's like, what the heck do we make next? Right? And the best emojis, it's hard. Because it has to be stream relevant, conceptually relevant. It has to be unachievable via the standard emoji set, right? And you can do a lot. You can do a lot with standard emojis, Ooh, 181 days deep in Duolingo. Bilingual yapping. That's great, DT. Which one? Which language? I'm interested. A breathe emote. Animated emotes. Oh, man. I know. But then, I know. I wish. I would spend all my time, though. Hi, Fart. Huge podcast while I farm quests. You got it, buddy. You got it. I like we have chat emojis to do things. Block, hydrate, right? Blue pots. That was kind of a fail because I stubbornly did not, right? Spanish. Oh, I use it a lot at my job. Excellent. Excellent. Check your Goblin Merchant for jewelry. Yes, it is the #1 place to get good jewelry. The blue pot one drove me up the wall. It's true. I abandoned it. There's some things like those old, does anyone watch kung fu movies? There's kind of like a trope in kung fu movies where there would be like a master and like a student, right? And the kung fu master, like the student would realize that the master had kind of plateaued, and that like there was like a text or there was like something that like the master could decipher, but the student was just kind of could get more out of it or like understood more about like the ancient kung fu, and they would recognize and kind of like supersede the master's plateau, right? For me, I'm aware of the ways that in Dark and Darker I have plateaued, and it's a combination of physical ability and like kind of mental willingness, right? Like I could with way more work I could push through my plateaus, but and blue pots is like definitely one of those things, right? Blue pots is one of those things. I'm just kind of like, I know that it's a ceiling on my skill level, and it's like, yeah, I'll just, For me, #1 place is Deal Maker, #2 is Valentine, Rusty Key, Goblin. Oh yeah, the seldom used blue pot, totally. Okay, here's what this is gonna look like. Oh. Been feeling this. I've been getting smashed in PvP for the most part. I've got about 36 hours. Maybe a bit less in the wipe so far. And I've got an idea of how it feels for me. And I think, you know, this is a massive, massive patch, massive wipe. A lot has changed. And particularly for me because I didn't really play the game a lot since September. I kind of like checked out of the game, I want to say mid-September, and I didn't play it until now, until the wipe. So that's, you know, I don't know, 3 months plus. Stream fine for me. What's up, Duty Bound? Unless you just you're absolutely crazy at the game. Dark kind of requires a certain level of meta abuse to do well consistently. Yeah. Especially in solo. Especially in solo. You know, maybe what I'll do... You know what? Chaos, you've inspired me. I got... let's preview the topics. I got a lot. Look at all the things to talk about. We're going to talk about some of the changes to map exits. Okay? And look at all the things I'm not spoiling. Map exits are a thing. Okay? We'll talk about the Fire Deep map. We're going to talk about blocking and riposting on all weapons. There's a lot of things I'm skipping over. I'm skipping a lot of things because I want you to be surprised. I want there to be some sort of reveal. But look at all the things. We're going to talk about the fighter disarm ability. Because guess what? This is a hot issue, right? It's a hot one. Holy moly. We're yapping today, guys. We're breathing. We're yapping. Look at all these things. And we'll say goodbye. So, this is it. It's a massive season. It's massive. Let's talk about it, okay? Before we do, maybe as we get into the executive summary, if you gotta go, right? If you're at work, if you just gotta leave the stream, I know, baby. I know, but I'm yapping. I'm yapping. Come here. Get me uncomfortable for you. Uncomfy. Hi. 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 I know. We're never gonna get through this all, Burger. We're never gonna get through it all if we just look at your face. Okay, now you're up on my lap, okay? I know, now you're up. It's so staticky. It's so... Yeah, she can't handle it. I can feel it coursing. I can feel it coursing through my body when she's here. There's so much static still. Oh. No one's done a bigger season. No one's done a burger season. President Berger. Oh, Berger. No, she's gone. She can barely handle a static if she's on my lap. Although Berger is really cute. It is. Executive summary. If you can't hang out and you want to know what's up, I think in terms of general game direction, okay, this patch, this season so far is a W. It indicates a place where the game is going that I think is majority good, is very good. If you're familiar with the game, if you're familiar with the game, if you are interested in PvP, for me personally, the state of the game at wipe, despite all of the good stuff going on, is still kind of an L for me. The game direction is good, but for me, for personal reasons, the state of the game at wipe currently, it's kind of an L. That said, if you are majority trios gaming, right? If you enjoy squad-based gameplay, I think you're fine. I think you've hit the ground running, right? The game is great for you. For me, the solo experience, for me still, I mean, has it ever not been an L? I think solos has always been an L. But there was just times where I didn't understand the game well enough to be frustrated. I have to say, over the past 36 hours, right? I have not played this game in like 3-4 months. I played this game for a few days in a row, and I've experienced more rage and anger than than I have in the past 4 months. And it's like, holy crap, like I forgot that I used to feel so angry at this game. It was just kind of this weird feeling where it's like, holy moly, like why am I so angry? Like I'm going to bed and I'm absolutely angry. I'm so angry. And it's like, why do I feel that? Oh, because I'm playing this game again. It's so weird. Love the chaos of trios. The meta slaves come out to play in solos. The game falls apart in solo, right? It really does. And so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. It's so weird to I guess I kind of had gotten used to it, right? And you get like a callus for it. But you leave the game and you come back. I've got no muscle for the game, right? And so for the things that would absolutely piss me off, it was just wham, right back in my face. And I was like, why do I feel this way? Oh, it's because I'm playing Dark again. I'm playing DaD again, right? Let's talk about this really quick, then we'll get into the big old list. Here's the issue. There's three kind of issues at play, I think. There's three issues at play. But I have no friends. How can I trio? I don't like to trio. I like it, but I'm not a trios gamer, right? I'm a late night, 5 a.m. by myself, doing my own thing. Like, I prefer solos, okay? And I think a lot of people do. So here's the issue. The issue is, number one, that solos exists as a game mode. This is kind of an issue because solos was never supposed to exist. Solos, yeah, thanks. I was just dialing it down. I felt it, Clippy. I felt it. I'm getting more sensitive. It's nice to have Clippy, guys. It's nice to have Clippy. It's nice to have Clippy. We don't always get Clippy, but it's nice. 1 second. I also got a smug. 1 second. I got a little burp, and it wants to come out, but it's not coming out. Come on out, little burp. Oh. Okay. Solos exists. It was never supposed to exist. Right? Dark and Darker came out. Dark and Darker was a trios game. It was a class-based game. A game based on class identity and the synergy, the composition of your party, of your squad. And the weakness of your class could be offset, could be diminished, could be shored up by the composition, by the strengths of your party, right? And that was the game. That was the vision. That was the design. It was kind of like mini Team Fortress 2 in the dungeon, right? No, any one person could do all the things, but together as a trio, as a veritable stool, right? With 3 legs, you could traverse the dungeon and survive and escape and play the game, right? And then the game was so wildly popular that people were like, hey, I love this game. Wow, I love this game. I can't wait to get home from work and play this game. Oh, by the way, Iron Mace, could you make a solo version of the game? Could you make solos? Hey, Iron Mace, make solos. Hey, Iron Mace, I love this game. Is there a solos coming? And Iron Mace was so surprised, so taken aback by the success of the game and the enthusiasm of the community that they said yes. That they were like, sure, adoring fans, you know, paying customers. Maybe at the time of the playtest, it was not paying customers. It was just like they were love bombed. They were love bombed by the community of gamers, and then they didn't think about the ramifications of this decision. It set them on a path that would just become impossible for them to manage. It 2x'd their work at least, right? It really kind of like, it almost, I think, set them up for failure. Now that I think about it, I put it in specific terms. If they didn't have solos, if they never made a solos, man, they probably would have had a much higher floor of a player base, right? Anyways, but it exists. They made it. Okay? And Iron Mace lacks the conviction. At this point, they tried. They tried, right? It's kind of like, I imagine it's kind of like punishing a kid. If you have a kid, if you have a little boy or a little girl and they're your child and they do a thing that they shouldn't do, something that is dangerous, something that is wrong for them to do, right? Something that goes against the morality of which you are trying to instill in them, you have to punish them. They have to be punished, right? You can't stay up all night on your phone. You can't look at your iPad at dinner. We'll use that as an example. I don't have a kid. I'm never gonna have a kid. Okay? That's one of my it's one of my perks. Right? I chose the child-free perk where I don't need to worry about this kind of stuff, but I understand it. You have a small kid, and that kid loves their iPad. But you can't look at your iPad at dinner, and you gotta come and eat dinner with us as a family. I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't have a family, right? But if you can't punish the kid and kind of stick to the, if you can't get the kid to do the thing and like stick to it, right? Then the punishment has no teeth, right? It just doesn't mean anything. If the kid can if you give in, if you say, hey, no iPads at dinner, and then you give in, well, then you lose as a parent, right? And I feel like they tried to do this. Iron Mace tried to do this. They tried to do it too late. They tried to remove solos too late. It was after it was well and truly part of the game. You can't take away a thing that you've marketed. You can't take away a thing that like 70% of players enjoy, right? It's too late. So they lacked the foresight. I'm going to say lacked foresight. Lacked foresight and conviction. They didn't know that introducing solos was going to set them on an irreversible path and change the complexion of their game forever. And they lacked the conviction to actually remove the game mode at an earlier time in the game's development where it would have been painful, but it wouldn't have been existential. Anyway, that's one thing. The other thing is that there are still lingering class design issues. There are issues with certain abilities, certain ways the classes work, and Iron Mace has always kind of struggled. There's been so many patches. It's a challenge. It's a challenge to design and balance a game that has all these different nuanced ways to play, that has a broad and diverse and deep class identity. Very hard to do. You reckon the game should be trios only? I kind of agree. I reckon that the game was designed for that, and then Iron Mace got baited into making solos, and that set them up for this challenge. If the game was trios, the game has felt better, has been better basically this whole time. All of the crying that exists, myself included, right? All of the fist shaking, all of the despair, all of the deep frustration, it all mostly has to do with solos, right? It all mostly has to do with people playing in solos, being face to face with the incredible strengths of other classes and the exploitable weaknesses of their own class. Okay? And in trios, that is papered over by the strength of your squad, right? You lean on each other. The class weaknesses that are there by design aren't as palpable in trios because you got a squad. Solos is sweaty AF. It still shows up in duo trio. Absolutely. There's still meta, right? There's still meta. I mean, and trios, let's be honest, trios really is just a series of successive mini solos. Okay? Trios is a bunch of rapid isolated looks at 1v1. Trios is a bunch of rapid isolated looks at 1v1s. Okay, you're having a small 1v. There's a squad that comes through the door, and then you focus the barb, and it's you versus the barb. The fighter on the other team sweeps around and is fighting your bard, and your healer druid is kind of like having to deal with getting shot at by the ranger, right? It's a bunch of very fluid 1v1s. That's actually a good way to look at it. An Iron Mace has historically struggled to manage their class design and manage the balance of their class design in general. I'll take a rapid isolated look at you. NAP. Hello. NAP. Whoa. Like that? 1v1. Right? Like that? I mean, as a Pavis player, I try to avoid man-on-man stuff. It's my job to free up my support class's hands by... Yes, totally. And that's what makes trios more interesting, in a way, right? It makes it more interesting. You know, there are ways to play the game that is not 1v1s, but certainly there are ways to play the game that is exclusively 1v1s, right? And solos is that thing. The last piece of this puzzle. I'm going to put the blame on the players. And this is a taboo thing that not a lot of people like to do, and not a lot of gamers like to acknowledge or admit, but a lot of people are shitheads. A lot of gamers are idiot shitheads that don't like to lose and will do everything in their power to make the game as easy as possible for them. They don't challenge themselves, right? They just do the easy thing again and again and again. These are meta gamers, and they abuse, in this case, bad design. I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say they exploit bad design. Dark and Darker in particular has, I'm going to say, pretty bad, has had historically over its history bad class design, bad game design. This game is not very well considered in a lot of ways. In the map designs, in the class designs, there's a lot of gaps in this game that are abusable, that are exploitable. Let's do a little thought experiment. What's the difference? What's the difference between someone logging on to Dark and Darker, okay, realizing that the cannonball you can buy for 1 gold, but that same cannonball you can sell for 5 gold. That's in the game. Here it is in the vendor, in the shop. I can buy 1 cannonball for 1 gold. I can sell that cannonball for 5 gold. It's in the game. So I do that. I do that a couple times. Well, I do that a handful of times, and now I've got a bunch of gold, right? Now I've got a bunch of gold. That's in the game. Now imagine that player, me, right? Not me, but that player was banned for exploiting. They were exploiting, but that was a thing in the game. So it's weird. It's weird that Iron Mace banned people for doing a thing in the game when you could play Barbarian in solo this whole time. You could play Barbarian in solo this whole time, right? How is playing Barbarian in solo not exploiting bad design? You know what I mean? The game has been so poorly designed and managed in solos that playing certain meta classes at different periods of time, okay, in my opinion, is an exploit. Idiot shithead meta gamers exploit bad game design and should ban all barbs. So here's the thing. Okay, when you combine these things, is where you have the issue. You combine the fact that solo exists as a sanctioned game mode. Ban all druids, get them out, ban the class. You combine the fact that solo exists with bad class design, bad ability design, right? And shithead meta gamers that exploit that bad design. What do you get? What do you get? It's super not fun. Okay? The trifecta here, in the middle of all this, is something that is super not fun. And that's kind of how I feel about... That's why I've been going to bed angry. Trying to play this game because I'm a solos enjoyer. How do they miss something so obvious as sell price being higher than buy price? How do they miss something so obvious as barbarians have fast move speed, incredible DPS, and a giant health pool? How do you miss that? How do you miss that for years? For years. How do you miss that? Right? Perfect diagram. Can I make fun of barbarians for 1 second? Can I make fun of barbarians? This is me punching back. I have a hard time beating barbarians in the dungeon. So the way I fight back is I use my limited platform to shame them socially, right? To do psychic damage. To do psychic damage. I'm gonna do it. I have it here. Okay, I'm doing it. Golden triangle is the one the barbarian has stamped on his forehead. Totally. Here we go. Part of the issue I have, viewership plummets, it's over. No, I think that the people that enjoy this channel understand melee nuance. They understand melee nuance. Barbarians don't watch my content, you know? Because it's like, what I'm trying to get better at melee, and barbarians just win by default, right? Barbarians just win by default. I was ranting about this exact thing last night in the Discord. I want to play book Cleric and Souls, but it's just awful. Barbarians can't read. Okay, so we're okay. A main portion, a large portion of the kind of the meta gamers, right? This whole time has been, let's do this. A 900 plus Fane Barbarian in solo. I've seen a couple of these guys, right? The majority of my solos games over the past 36 hours have been against barbarians. There's a lot of fighters, and disarm is bad, okay? But there is more barbarians. I can read just fine. I'm just gonna take a second here. If you're triggered by negativity, right? Just a little bit of negativity, and then we're gonna move on to. There's a bunch of positivity. I didn't think I was gonna do this, but here we are. If you don't want to hear me, if you are a 900 plus fame barbarian and you play in solos, just jump off the stream for like 10 minutes. Just jump. I'm a 1500 fame fighter. Didn't ask, Origami. Didn't ask. Spin to win barb now, exactly. I think we're safe. I don't think there's many of these people in this community, so I think we're safe. I mean, I play barbarian, but I get it. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Where is it? Here. Let's do this. If you're a 900 plus fame barbarian in solos, okay? My notes are this. These people LARP. These people play barbarian to live action roleplay as someone big and strong because they are crippled by fear of difficult situations. Okay? Or they want easy wins more than they care about self-respect. If you've been playing barbarian enough this whole time to get to 900 plus fame and you're playing in solo, then you're an idiot metagamer who is afraid of difficult situations, right? You're actually a very weak person who LARPs as someone big and strong because you're afraid of difficult situations, right? The only excuse, the only reason, the only excuse for a 900 plus fame barb in solo is if your job sucks. If in real life you have a very hard job, maybe you're a professional dishwasher, okay? I've done this. I've washed dishes in restaurants, in corporate chain restaurants, in small restaurants. This is a very hard job. If you're an air traffic controller, very stressful job, okay? You gotta keep, those planes are coming and going, right? You gotta keep that show on the road, right? Stressful. If you're a public school teacher, you're dealing with tacky hand idiot kids and their idiot parents. The parents are almost worse than the kids are, right? If you're a public school teacher, if you're an ER triage nurse, right? You're in that front line of the hospital and everyone with the flu is coming to the station is like, I've got the flu, and they're breathing in your face, okay? If you're a stadium washroom janitor, I've seen the lines at baseball games, right? Between innings. There's a lot of dudes peeing on the floor, okay? If your job is to clean that up, if you have one of these jobs, then you can play a 900 plus fame barb in solo. If your job sucks, you get a free pass, okay? My teacher does in fact play this game. I should ask him if he's a 900 fame barb. Yes. Notice how every one of these jobs except the gender averaged like 50 hours a week. He thought this through. I did. Like I said, I've been going to bed angry, and I've had some time to reflect. Can you add spray in bed liner tech? Because my job sucks hard. I thought about sysadmin. There's a lot of jobs. Okay, this is just an example. It's an example. Okay, if your life is even somewhat comfortable, okay, if you have even a somewhat comfortable life and you still choose to play barbarian in solo, you are 100% a turd person, and you deserve to be mocked. Okay, you're a turd person. If your life is easy and you still play this game in the dumbest, easiest way possible, turd person, and you deserve to be mocked. And if you're offended by this, if there's a barbarian who's like, oh, guffaw, how dare you make fun of my class, right? Then you're a snowflake. You're an idiot snowflake. You know what you're doing is wrong. You know what you're doing is wrong, okay? Imagine like you're doing the easy thing. You keep doing the easy thing, and if you can't take mockery for that, then goodness help you, is what I'll say. New race confirmed turd people. Imagine what else is easy in life? It's easy to litter, right? It's easy to, like, you know, you have your lunch, right? You eat lunch and you just throw your packaging on the ground, okay? That's easy. That's an easy thing to do. It's easy to never clean your bathroom, okay? Two examples: littering in public and never cleaning your bathroom. Imagine every time you littered, you got 10 fame, okay? And you just keep littering because it's easy. You just keep eating your stuff and then you throw it on the ground because it's easy, right? You get fame. You get more and more and more fame when you do that easy thing, okay? And then imagine you get to 900 fame for littering, or you get to 900 fame for never cleaning your bathroom, okay? And then someone sees you litter and says, hey, you're littering, you should stop that, or makes fun of you. Imagine getting offended at that. Imagine being offended at a thing that you know is the easy, stupid thing to do. I think goodness help you, right? Eyes my dirty bathroom. And no matter what, you don't have a barbarian's bathroom, okay? Imagine an actual barbarian's bathroom. And then imagine if that barbarian was actually very sensitive about the state of the bathroom and didn't want anyone to see it and got offended. Anyway. Hey, I maintain my Siggy. In Japan, they had these little things. They had like portable ashtrays. They would carry them around. And so people would never put their butts anywhere. They had these little things. Had them around their neck, and they would put their cigarette butts in this little like portable ashtray around their neck. It was like young people too. It was so respectful. It was so respectful. Littering upsets me very much. Me too. You know why? Because we live in a society. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. Barbarians in solos don't recognize that we live in a society, right? That other people have an experience and that you're actually ruining someone's day, right? You're being a giant dickhead if you're playing a barbarian in solo. A 900 plus fame, okay? If you're dabbling, you know, if you're not that good at the game, it's a different story. This is for the people that have been playing Barb this whole time. This whole time, okay? Those are the people. Anyway, they are in breach of the social contract. Yes. So, this is why, in my executive summary, I say that the solo experience is part of why. There's a lot of good stuff, and there's gonna be a lot of positivity coming up, because in terms of the general game trajectory, right? In terms of the state of the game in trios, there's a lot of promising stuff. There's a lot of interesting, promising stuff. More has changed this season than almost ever before, dare I say. But for me, as a solo enjoyer, For me, with someone with a lot of sensitivity to a lot of the main lingering issues of the game, I'm going to say, for me, currently, the wipe is kind of an L. Because I'm not playing squads, I'm playing mostly solo. Let's talk about it. Game is 5x better with friends. Yeah. The problem is I got hangups about playing in solos. I got hangups. Was there 0 change to cleric? No, they got a sling. And and I mean, there were classes where there was 0 change to, I think, right? Like 0 change to wizard, I think. You know, well, let's talk about it. Here we go. Cleric got a ranged weapon. They're working through class reworks. Yes. For me, spellcasters feel terrible with the stat, squish, and jewelry loss. That's a very good point. Shiraku Ukeshi. Shiraku Ukeshi. Yeah, I saw the sling, but no point in it. I'll be part of your squad. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It's fun. Playing trios is fun. But I have a lot of mental hurdles. I hate being the person that kind of screws it up for everyone. Like, I hate it enough when I play myself in solo and I make a mistake. But I can at least... I'm the target. Like... And I can do that. I can express that frustration in private. Right? There's a whole social aspect when you're in trios. And I feel like I have to kind of hide more of my true self from my squad mates because really I am so cutty. I am so, like, frustrated and disappointed. And, like, I think that's how I've managed to get good at a lot of things in life is because I've actually been very, very hard on myself. And that has served me well in private, where I can experience that, I can explore the depth of that frustration, I can direct it at myself, and I can work through that in private, right? It's a social dance, yeah. If one person starts the negativity, other teammates can pile in. And I don't like to direct frustration and negativity at my squad mates because it's a game, right? But I can't deny that I myself feel, you know, I have expectations. I feel disappointment. I feel frustration. And then I also feel discomfort when I'm not able to express those things properly to the people I'm playing with or to myself in that kind of like social space. I don't think I can play trios because I don't like other people. I mean, everyone's on their own journey, right? Everyone's got their own reason. It's a reason why that Iron Mace just can't remove solos because so many people are solos enjoyers. Anyway, we have such a massive list, dudes. We got to start in here. We got to start in because there's a lot going on. That's one of those games that before I go in with the homies, we say, okay, boys, it might get heated. That's okay, it's just a game. And my problem is, despite saying that, you can't control how you feel. You can only control how you react to your feelings, right? You can't decide to have or not have feelings. Feelings emerge from us. Emotions emerge. We can't decide to not have feelings or to have feelings. The only thing we can control is how we react or respond to the feelings that we have. And my challenge is kind of navigating the reaction to my feelings because I want to feel frustration. I want to be upset at myself. And I am in a private social space. I am very upset with myself. Blin confirmed Sith. Feelings be there regardless. Yeah, it's true. You can't control it. And that's part of like the discipline. The discipline is recognizing that you have a feeling and then controlling your reaction to that feeling. That's the only thing we can do. That's the only thing we can do is recognize a feeling and then train ourselves to have a little bit of a buffer space to choose how we want to react to that feeling. Do we want to let it go? Do we want to embrace it? Do we want to let it consume us? something else maybe, right? I get it. I feel so bad if team dies. I get mad at myself too much. Yeah, and even that can be awkward for your teammates to perceive, right? If I start beating myself up, right? Other people are like, easy, man. Like it can ruin the mood, right? Especially, obviously, if you start beating up on your teammates for doing something, right? That's not fun. And anyway, I have a hard enough time with myself controlling my reaction to my feelings, but it's even more awkward in a social environment because the stakes are higher, right? It's less comfortable because I really have to successfully mask or cloak or control how I respond to a challenging situation, right? Anyway, everyone has them, but not enough people know how to process. Not enough people have enough training, have enough education and training to control their reactions to their feelings, is what it is. I think most people could get there, right? Most people have the capacity for education. It's just a matter of like, you have to be taught. You have to be taught that like there's a difference between feelings and reactions. Like there's a difference between feelings and choice of action. And there actually is a space between feelings and choice of action. And you can work and train to expand that space to, you can get, half a second. You can get a whole second. You can get longer than that. And that's often enough time. If you have a feeling that you don't want to experience, you can choose to just let it go, right? You can choose to like let that feeling fall by the wayside and you just keep going. And that's an incredibly powerful thing to be able to do, right? I mean, that's basically stoicism in a nutshell. I don't know anything about stoicism. That's kind of a loaded term. It's an online word these days. I don't know enough about it. I've never read any books about it, but I think that's what it is, right? Big mood. I used to make people cry in World of Warcraft. That sucks. That sucks. Well, I mean, another game where people are heavily invested. You're invested in the raid. And if you do the wrong series of actions and you are the weak link that causes the raid to go sour, right? Then that's a heavy weight. And if there's someone in your guild or in the raid being like, you stupid idiot, you shouldn't have done that, right? You're gonna cry. Of course you're gonna cry. Yeah, I was terrible. But they were holding up 39 other people. Yes. Yeah. Hey, there's responsibility. If you're gonna be part of the raid, is it called a roaching? You don't want to be a roach where they're just the kind of people in the back, right? That don't really do anything, but they're there to kind of maybe get the drop or whatever. It's a serious thing. If you're gonna be part of the raid, you got to do your homework, right? Whatever. It's completely off topic. Guys, are we ever going to get done this list? Are we ever going to get to trivia? Should we just do trivia first so that Clippy can be released? And then we can take as long as we want to talk through all this stuff? There's so much good stuff to talk about. Look at all the stuff. Look. There's tens of thousands of pixels. Do they plan on reworking the other classes? Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Should we do trivia? Let's do a poll. Let's engage with my audience. We'll start a poll. Keep yapping for a bit or trivia to start? Yeah. I'm not going to do a joke answer because I actually want your input here. I'm going to have a bite of this donut. Release the list. The list has chapters. It's a long list. There's a lot to talk about. Iron Mace has been busy. I got a donut with sprinkles on it. It's all cut up. Oh yeah. A donut with sprinkles? This is gonna fire me up, guys. This is gonna fire me up. Douche Magoo. I love saying douche Magoo. Are you kidding? That's a lot of votes. Thank you very much. 21 votes. I made mac and cheese. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you for voting, guys. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. First thing up. First things first. The 7x7 top level map expansion, Terrence kept calling it. He kept calling it an expansion of the map, and it really is just that, right? Players of Dark and Darker now. You load into a raid. The first thing you're going to see is the top level. And now, oh, it's 5x5. Maybe this is 5x5. This is 7x7. Ruins. GC still 5x5. But in terms of ruins, it's a big map, right? 7x7 is a big map. What are my notes about it? I think, personally, that it's calmer. There's more focus on initial clearing. And the looting is good. I've been pleasantly surprised by this. It felt a little bit empty at first, but that's just because I was used to the feeling of being spawn rushed immediately. And I very quickly reacclimatized myself to how calm and comfortable the start of this 7x7 map is. There's space to clear. There's time to clear. There's time to move around. It isn't just kind of you get in and then you can just expect someone to be breathing down your neck immediately, which is cool. It also means I have felt there's a reduction in the likelihood of a third party. If you're playing around the outside, with the exception of certain, high traffic modules, if you don't like getting third partied and you have a fight in one of these kind of like ancillary, peripheral modules, the chance of you getting third partied is greatly diminished. And I think that's great for the game. Most people already know the good modules. Everyone seems to rush Graveyard because the loot is so good. You spawn there, it's basically guaranteed PvP. And if you wanted to, you could move away from that module early on because it's going to take time for other people to cross the whole map to get there. So overall, is this a win or a loss? The 7x7 top level map expansion, a big W, I think, in my opinion. Let's talk about loot value. Let's talk about loot value. I think this new patch, this new season, the loot feels abundant, right? It's very exciting. When loot is popping off, when there's always loot, there's, you get like a pair of purple gloves from a regular skeleton, right? You find a bunch of like loose loot that is good. You find a bunch of like high value gems. That's exciting. It's exciting. It's a good feeling. Solo self-found, I believe, with the current state of loot, is totally viable. I know some people have mixed feelings about solo self-found because they don't have time, right? Maybe their extraction success rate is, not great. That's understandable. But for me, even after a single session, I was established. A single, 6-hour play session. This is more than that. This is like a couple of my example stash tabs. I have stash tabs for multiple characters. This is all greens and blues. I think it's mostly blues. This is all purples. I have a whole other tab of legendaries. I've got gems at the butt. I feel like the loot has been so achievable, and that is great for solo self-found. It's a great feeling. I think it's easy to expand the stash. It's easy to feel established. And as a result, what's up? Trippy Taylor, what's up? Good to see you. Loot feels really good. Best part of the season, in my opinion. I think that when the loot is good like this, it does lead to less gear fear, to more interesting builds, more fun, right? More fun. In my opinion, the loot value at this stage of the wipe, right? Big W. It's always good when the loot feels good. It's funny how the game kind of used to aspire to be, like a hardcore extraction game. And steadily, Iron Mace has kind of been moving the needle towards kind of like fun battle royale arcade kind of game. Back in the day, right? Dark and Darker was a hardcore, like, unforgiving extraction game. And over the months, the many, many months, they keep moving the needle towards kind of like permanent inventory battle royale. Kind of dyslexic. Oh, trippy Tyler. Tyler. Did I say Taylor again? I remember saying Taylor back in the day, and that was my bad. Trippy Taylor. Sometimes I read too quickly, and I'm dyslexic. My bad. Tyler. I can't get it right. I can't do it. You're just gonna have to deal with it, buddy. I'm sorry. Welcome back. Some things never change. Loot value, big W. Let's talk about the map POIs, Bueller, and loot containers. Perfect, Blinn. Toiler. It is a toil. But it's my bad. Map POIs and loot containers. There was a big change here. I felt this. There are, how do I say? There are certain modules, certain places of interest. A POI is a place of interest on the map. And if you go to these places of interest, the likelihood of you finding good items just out on the open, the barracks in crypts, for example. Here we're in the keep in the ruins, and the keep is so-so, but it's just an example of like a place you can go that has a high likelihood of good, just open loot that you can pick up on the tables, on the bookshelves, right? The barracks in particular, you got a chance for, what is it? A honey wine? Some kind of, I was gonna say prickly pear. It's not prickly pear. Some kind of pear. Honeysuckle pear. It sells for 5,000 gold to the merchant, right? So it's cool. The game is finally starting to incentivize players to learn the modules where the good loot is and to go to those modules, right? Like under the bridge, the rusty door, right? The rusty key. There are some modules that are nothing burgers, right? That have nothing in them. And there are some modules that have lots of good stuff in them. And, you know, a lot of people will go to there. And I think this is finally Iron Mace is getting the idea of we don't need a circle to incentivize, to motivate or drive PvP. The people that want PvP will naturally go to these hotspots and will fight each other for the good loot and for each other's loot, right? Cutting down trees in High Roller is a 1.7k a run. Wow. Honey Bliss. Thank you, Honey Bliss. I wish they add POI icons across the map. I guess one step at a time. But I think this is a step in the right direction. What do they say in the Discord? Updated the loot drop rates for all floors and game modes. The general loot for the first floor of each level will seem similar to Early Access Season 7. However, the loot from high-value POIs on the first floor should feel much better. The lower you go in the dungeons, the bigger bump you should see in loot quality. We are starting a little conservatively. It is the beginning of the season. They don't want to completely throw off the economy balance, right, the first thing. But plan to continually adjust the loot as we introduce more interesting, risky mechanics throughout the season. So a little teaser there. I think it's a great step. Particularly, I've noticed that the golden chests are a lot rarer, right? You'll see maybe one, maybe two, right, per level. And there's a couple of fixed locations. The blue sewer exit in crypts, I think, always has a golden chest, right, up the little platform. And that's nice. You know, there's kind of a guaranteed golden chest in that module, but it's kind of like a hotspot module because it is like a static blue exit. The loot inside the golden chests, the loot inside higher value chests in general, the ornate bronze, the heavy ornate, right? They improved the overall loot quality from the treasure hoards, from the golden chests, but have reduced the instances that they appear in each floor. I love that. I love that the golden chests feel more special, and when you open the golden chest, you're almost guaranteed to find something good, right? let's talk about this. There's definitely better loot in some areas. There are fewer fancy chests, and there's better loot in those fancy chests, plus the chance for keys. I love the in-raid mechanic of if you find a mystical gem, you find a rusty key, whatever it is, then you hold onto that for the raid and you try to use the key. That's finally such a good implementation of that. Being able to extract with the keys completely threw the economy off kilter for so long, and now that that solution is kind of baked in, like, you can get a sense of how the game is finally kind of coming into focus, right? There's more loot predictability for risk, and that's a good thing. If I feel like I'm taking the risk to go to a high value, high traffic spot, and if I'm able to clear that module or fight and win PvP to own that module, the loot value I'm going to get for my risk is predictably good, and that's a good feeling. There's also more value for lockpicks, so it incentivizes, like, you see an iron node, and in the past, it's like, who cares, right? Who cares? I could just, you know. But in solo self-found, I guess I should say, because eventually, who cares? You just buy it from the market. In solo self-found, there's more value for lockpicks, which I love. There's more value for a smart party composition, having a bard in the party. If you're doing high roller inferno runs in trios, you got a bard, you're printing money. You cannot carry all the good stuff you find, right? Burletta is bis. I love the Burletta, but what are we talking about? I said the keys needed to be in raid only for so long. Yes, Lyrebird. So many people. Breathing isn't important. I'm not breathing, and I'm starting to feel lightheaded. I am. Okay. So many people for so long had so many good ideas. Could see the way the game should have been, right? And what was the what was the roadblock? One stubborn idiot man, right? No dying anytime soon, please. Guys, thank you for attending. I have feelings. We'll take another sip. We'll take a breath. We'll take a feeling. We'll take a feeling. Take a breath. We'll take a sip. How do I feel about this? Map POIs and loot containers. Also a W, right? A lot of W's. These are smart ideas. These are not arcane, hard to figure out ideas. But for some reason, it took them this long to implement. Finally implemented, right? Literal yap equals rip. The thick skull of one bowl cut man. Is that me? Not breathing? I'm breathing now. Thank you for attending. I have feelings. Sound like a first date to me. You imagine saying that? Imagine you sit down, right? You're at the restaurant. What do you order first date? What do you order first date? I have not been on a first date. Ham salad. Baby and a half. One baby and a half. I have not been on a first date. Oh, I don't know. In 15 years. So I'm a bit out of the loop, right? I'm a bit out of touch. Hot wings first date. Just so you're chewing on bones and sucking on your fingernails, right? Just so you get the weirdest sauce. Can I get the lemon mushroom sauce for my hot wings, please? What? Is that on them? Ew. Did you get lemon mushroom on your hot? What? Just so you can make all the wrong choices, right? Thank you for attending. I have feelings. Imagine sitting down. What do you order first date? You order a pasta. You're uninteresting, right? You're milk toast. You're risk averse, right? You are probably not sexually adventurous. If you order pasta, that sends the wrong signal. No offense to Italian Matthew, to any other pasta enjoyers. Pasta is great, but pasta needs to be part of a thoughtful home cooked thing. If you go out to a restaurant and you spend $27 on penne pasta, you're a boring ass person, and I am not impressed on a first date, right? Now we order the pasta so they can hear me slurp. Okay, right? Eating pasta is a risky choice, hard to eat cleanly. Especially if you've got a beard. You can't feel the food on your face, right? Lemon mushroom sounds pretty good, to be fair. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. Dangling tentacles of spaghetti out of the mouth. If you're unimpressed by me ordering pasta, there it is. Claps. Yes, Zio. Yes. You gotta be yourself, guys. If you want to order pasta, don't. That's the message. there's a lot of actual real life advice on this stream happening, okay? You're on a first date, do whatever the fuck makes you feel comfortable. Because if that a person across from you doesn't like what they see, that's it, right? If you have to pretend to be someone to convince that person to want to be with you, that's not sustainable, right? How long? Then it's this kind of extra risky game of slowly revealing the fact that, well, actually I like psytrance. Well, actually I have a weird sleep schedule. Well, actually, like, you know, I love my cat, you know, a lot. Like, if you're not upfront with that stuff, then you're taking a long-term risk of slowly actually revealing yourself. And there's gonna be parts of that happen, right? That you can't be, if you're just all upfront at once, that's probably not a good strategy either, right? We had chocolate milk on our first date on a random bench. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. Don't be an impasta. Order the pasta. Very nice to meet you. I fart a lot. Hey, the choice of when first fart, right? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. The choice of when first fart, like first like mutually acknowledged fart, okay? Now I'm actually getting lightheaded because I can't stop talking. Because you guys are just so friggin' funny and interesting, okay? I blame you guys. We're blessed. We're blessed. This chat, you guys make this a party every time, even if we're just talking about loot containers, right? I'm a grown man, right? I'm a grown man who made a lengthy ass presentation about loot containers, and my friends showed up and are like, oh yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm breathing now. Oh, Val and I's first real date was nearly drowning on a paddle boat thingy. Now, actual or hyperbole, right? Did it capsize, right? Did you have to swim to shore? Did you spend a night like in the frigid water and then had to flag down like a container vessel to pick you up? You can't eat water vessels, Mateo. It flipped and it was super cold. Oh my goodness. Wow. Dang, that's a story. Yes, very interesting, yes. Okay, we swam 200 yards to the shore and it sank. Dang, that was not seaworthy then. What the heck happened? Did you hit an iceberg? Like, was there an alligator? Well, so true. Oh, Blinn is talking about loot containers in video games. Yes, I would like to listen for a couple of hours. Aw, two people in the frigid water. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? You can't hear me breathing, but I have to ram the oxygen in. We're maybe like 20% through. But we did the barbarian yap. The barbarian, I wasn't sure if I was going to do that. I'm glad I did. You can't, my noise gate, it clamps down my breathing sounds. See how it like fades it away? Love to yap. Are you more or less done with Arc, Blinn? No. I'm more or less done with Dark and Darker. I'm you know what? I'll show you why. I'll show you something. I'll show you something. I feel like Arc is still a great game, and I'm still very interested in it. Arc is still a great game. I'm very interested in it. One moment. One moment. Okay. We're here. We'll do this. A quick sidebar on Arc Raiders, okay? I've been discouraged, not encouraged to play Arc Raiders because he says he be chill and he's ambushing everyone, cheap-shotting them, right? In a video where I'm just explaining, this is like a video I made so long ago, explaining, you know, how to play Arc Raiders, and the video ends with, it's cool to be chill sometimes. Hey, help some people. But the fact that I expressed any
desire, ability, interest in player versus player gameplay, right? Doesn't matter that I was encouraging people ultimately to try to be friendly sometimes. He says be chill, and he's ambushing everyone, cheap shotting them, right? You're a rat when you're teaming with Ark, idiots. It's these fucks. It's these toxic PvE fucks, right? That make me completely disinterested in Ark Raiders. In even trying to play the game they want. You've seen people who have watched the Ark streams. I have not held back. I have shot on sight. I have been violent. I've fought tooth and nail to get into PvP lobbies, and still the game was putting me with people that were just completely confused and incensed that why I would shoot at them, right? Why are you shooting at me, bro? Right? F-word Tuesday. F-word Tuesday on a Monday. I says that guy be dumb. It's like they were probably typing with their 2 pointer fingers. You know, I type with the majority of my index fingers. Like, I'm a stupid idiot in so many ways, guys. It creates literal echo chambers. That's the one thing I don't understand. It was hard for me to get over that. And so I took a break from playing Ark on stream because I like to play solo, and solo is just full of people who are not prepared for PvP. Okay? They're not prepared for PvP. It's baby's first extraction game, and I'm a rat because I'm team. It's just some weird culture war thing, and I got sick of this. I got sick of these people. And this was also making me angry. You know what? If I'm being honest, I talked about barbarians and playing solo in Dark and Darker kind of making me angry, and I said I had not really felt that in months, and it's true. Except there's a little bit of frustration with Ark Raiders related to the culture of PvP and some of the people that just don't understand that mechanic. We should do some squads war crimes. I don't like playing in squads. I don't like it. It's fun, but like I said off the rip, Arkar, we talked a lot about it off the rip. It's just it doesn't excite me. It's work. It feels like work for me, largely. It can be good. It can be fun. But it's not something that, like, I'm excited to do. The squads. I'm excited to play by myself and play the game that I want to play and not be encumbered and not feel like I'm encumbering anyone. Like, that's how I know I'm a solo player, right? Okay. Back to Dark and Darker. We talked about map POIs, this emerging system, this emerging new vision of loot areas, high value loot containers. It's all very good. Let's talk about map exits. The static blues, the static reds, the portals. I'm gonna grab this one here. Make it smaller. Cut it away. Because this is another big change. Another big change here. Right? We've got static blues. We got reds. We got portals. These things are indicated on the map. During the devcast, I had a doubt. When SDF and Terry were kind of describing how the system was going to work, I had a doubt. I was like, ooh, that doesn't sound like it solves one of my major grievances. With when I stopped playing in September, it was because trying to fight a rogue, trying to fight any solo class around an open red portal was just super. I mean, even in trios, right? A squad would just have their backs to the red, and they would just, you know, they would play until they were disadvantaged, and they would just jump down the red. This is very bad design, very bad game design. Originally, Dark and Darker, it had an interaction cost on exits. They got it originally, but then came the kind of always open exits, and that was a misstep. And I don't think they fully understood kind of like how that changed the complexion of the game. So when Terrence was describing, or when SDF was saying that, like, you know, we've adjusted the blues to have an interaction cost, which, let me be very clear, is excellent, okay? Is excellent. And especially the kind of like self-closing mechanic where you open the drawbridge, you open the portcullis, and then eventually it closes. I don't think the portals ever close, but the portals are kind of like, they're like, you know, for the lowest level anyways. These portals should never close, right? They should stay open until someone uses them. But having the open reds, I thought was going to be an issue still. Okay? I really love the portal system. I thought it was going to be an issue still. It surprised me, though. Let's talk about this. I needed to play it. I had a doubt. I needed to actually play the season to get a feeling of the vision. I believe that the limited spots and the larger map equals less ability to exit cheese. What do I mean by that? The map is a lot bigger, so the chances of you experiencing PvP on a part of the map that doesn't have an exit readily available is high. It was an issue before when there was exits all over the place. There was maybe 4 reds. So at any given time, a player or a squad was within a certain distance from the red that they could just hit the red and bail. I feel like, and this is an example where there's 2. Sometimes there's only 1 red stairs. So the fact that there are fewer red gates and the fact that the blues need interaction makes the cheese, you know, less in your face, which is really, really good. Limited reds and larger maps equals less ability to exit cheese. I love, like I said, that blue portals close and that the blue gates close and that the portals, they do feel like nice RNG. If you're farming up and you are in the raid till the very end, there's a chance that you're going to get a portal that crops up, right? I like this RNG in addition to the 2 static blue locations. I think that finally, they're circling around a good system. The red open is still a problem, but I get it. What did SDF say? He said he's not comfortable with the feeling of like trapping players in the dungeon. He wants it so that like at least there is one option for people to escape, because SDF in particular seems to be sensitive to the experience, the ability for someone to be able to get away. He doesn't want people to feel like they're trapped in the dungeon, which is kind of a strange thing because it is a bloody dungeon, right? And you like, there are traps, right? You are trapped. You have to fight your way out. But I think they know that the always open red is a problem, and they just need a little more time to work toward it, right? I'm sad Dark and Dark is in the state. I will miss the Sunday death matches with y'all. Most fun PvP experience. It is fun to play against people that you know. Being trapped is the whole point. That's exactly it. So, and then also I'll say that can you think of any other extraction game that has a freely available exit with no cost, no interaction, no time, no nothing? You just get to run out for free. Is there any other game that does that? No, right? It's another indication, or at least I'm not aware of it, of just like of bad design. It's an aspect of bad design that is easy for idiot players to abuse, right? It's another indication of how bad design is actually very, very hurtful for the game. I don't think I realized it until just now, but like bad design in the game enables the very kind of like predictable human behavior of wanting to exploit and gain advantage in any way possible, right? It really is the developer's job to mitigate the instances of bad design in everywhere possible, right? Leo Castle, what's up? How are you? Anyway, so despite that, I think the map exits, the progress here is still majority W. The reds are an issue. I think they know it's an issue. I think that SDF just needs a little more time to kind of like fully embrace this. He needs a little more time playing more Arc Raiders, right? And realizing that this is kind of an anomaly, that extraction games should not have free exits. They can be abused. A lot of what SDF does, I think he does because he's imagining a new player experience. He doesn't want new players to feel like they're trapped or they can't escape this psychopath in the jail with them. I think that's Terry's translation. You don't want to be stuck in a jail with a psychopath, right? But the problem is, SDF is making design decisions for a new player who basically doesn't exist, right? Who are the new players in this game? There are barely any, right? So these things that he's doing for the benefit of new players are really just things that get abused by the most veteran players. You know what I mean? SDF should add a glass of milk and cookies next to Reds, and then you can take those things and you can sell them to the vendor, right? I didn't watch the devcast because SDF makes my head hurt. Did he say that he's been playing Ark? Oh my god. Yeah. Like, a lot of the changes that they've made were precipitated by the fact that Ark Raiders has been so successful. And I think that as business people, Terrence and SDF want their game to be successful, right? They're leaving money on the table by having a shitty game. And SDF finally realized he could see how these mechanics all kind of come together to make a fun, interesting, addictive gameplay loop in Ark Raiders. And they said that the elephant is the room. The elephant in the room is, how do we look at what Ark Raiders is doing right, bring it into our game while maintaining our own game's identity, is what he said almost verbatim. Okay? AKA, SDF is finally making changes to Dark and Darker largely because he's really good at stealing from Nexon, right? He just needed to wait for Nexon to publish something that was really good, that he could look at and steal from, right? Because that seems to be one of his talents, right? Anyway, we need new players. We need Tune to get rid of psychopaths. The train has left the station on new players to DaD, I think. At this point, yes, I think you're right, largely. Oh, I didn't realize Ark Raiders is not made by Nexon, but I'm just being cheeky, right? It's made by Embark Studios, but Embark is a subsidiary, is owned by Nexon. And so in a roundabout way, right? You know, SDF and Iron Mace are losing to Nexon, right? They do not screw with. I'm making a joke. I'm jabbing at SDF because the guy has not made any of these changes for so long. These changes were possible. All of this stuff and all the things that we're going to talk about have been possible this whole time. But he decided not to do it because he's a stubborn man baby, right? He needed his own game to be so deep down in the shitter, right? To be so close to rock bottom that, like, he had to do something, right? He had to do something. So, we find ourselves here. And I'm just making a joke about him stealing from Nexon because there's the allegation that the original 6 Dark and Darker classes, the original mode of Dark and Darker, was basically an idea that SDF took from his time at Nexon. They were working on an internal game called P3, which looked very similar in a lot of ways to what the playtest of Dark and Darker looked like. And right there's been a court battle this whole time where the two sides have been trying to prove, yes, they stole these ideas. No, we didn't steal these ideas, right? Anyway, so it's just funny to think that the changes that we've all been asking for this whole time were finally brought about once SDF was able to play another Nexon game and he could steal all those good ideas and finally make this game better, right? I have thoughts about the in-combat status effect. We'll get there when we talk about Fighter. I would love to hear those thoughts, Litchi. For any members of the community that joined this community because of Ark Raiders, dear Ark Raiders enjoyers, why are we doing this? Okay, what the hell is going on? If you found the channel because of some Ark Raiders short and you tuned into the stream and you're like, what are you talking about? Okay, Dark and Darker, just a quick little aside for anyone who doesn't know what Dark and Darker is. Dark and Darker is this channel's first love. Okay, it's the reason we have a channel is because of this game. If you're not familiar with it, no worries. It's just this is how everything started. We people in chat I or we have an irrational attachment to this game. 1 second. That wasn't a sneeze, that was just a little bit of saliva. One second. I didn't get got. I noticed that as I speak a lot, I push moisture up my lung air pipe. And if that touches my vocal cords, I get sensitive, but there's no issue. We have an irrational attachment. We do. These community members. And it's kind of an abusive relationship. Okay? Our relationship with Dark and Darker is kind of abusive, right? It's hard to let go. Even though we should. We know we should probably let go of this game, or at least walk away for a longer period of time. Okay? We should walk away. We should let this game actually get fully baked. This game is finally like half baked. We've been playing like raw cookie dough slop for 2+ years. We really have. The game now finally is half baked. We should not be here. We should not be in this relationship. But SDF keeps saying, wait, I can change, baby. I can change. And we're like, okay, he's a nice guy, right? He's our guy, okay? Leo Castle. Leo Castle has become an executive board member. Welcome in, Leo Castle. Leo Castle's got keys to the executive washroom. Supporting the channel, I appreciate it. This is our guy, right? There he is. Wait, baby, I can change. Okay? He's got his issues, right? He's got his issues. Sometimes he hits us, right? Sometimes he doesn't listen to us. Sometimes he hits us, right? Sometimes he keeps us up all night. He's got all these things. He just sends us the longest text chains. He sends so many text messages, right? And we read them all late at night, right? But one time, you know, he has these really cute Halloween costumes. He dressed up one year for Halloween. He dressed up. But you know what? It's true, Ham. It's true. In all fairness, we deserve to get hit. We deserve to get hit, right? It's kind of our fault, right? He's actually a nice guy who cares about us. That's not true. He's not a nice guy. He's a stupid idiot, right? He's a stupid idiot who doesn't really know what he's doing. He can't manage his team. He can't manage his time. He invested 10 months into water combat that nobody asked for, right? The guy's a clown. And we should break away from this game and let it bake, let it cook. But, right? It's got melee. I love melee. I love swords and shields. Give me another game that has swords and shields in the same kind of way. I'm there. They're so lucky that another team did not release a better game, right? They're so lucky because this game is not good. Finally, this game is half good. This game is not good. It's a shitty game. It's a shitty game made by a shitty developer. You're a shitty person. Not a shitty person. You're a shitty manager. You made a shitty game. But we're stuck. Anyway, for Arc Raiders, who are like, what's going on here? What is this? Right? This is how we cope, right? This is how we cope. A city developer? He lives in a big city. Seoul is a big city. Seoul is a big city. Okay, moving on. What else? Quests that involve specific random modules. I was kind of disappointed to see this. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. When a vendor asks you to explore the pyramid location, okay? And you... Half good is still an F. It's true. If a vendor asks you to explore a location, a module, and you load into the round, and you look, and you go down, you spend the time to go through the top level, you go down, you're looking for that module, okay? And you don't find it. What happens? How do you feel? I feel disappointed. I feel frustrated. When I'm looking for modules that just aren't on the map, right? And I realize there's no point. Yeah. I feel instant disappointment and frustration. I ask myself, why am I here? When I'm on a quest to find a certain module location, and I realize that location is not on the map, right? If I'm looking for pyramid and I check the map when I get to crypts and it's not there, it's not a good experience. It's not fun. I feel disappointment. I feel frustration. I feel like I'm wasting my time, right? They're still in the game. It feels generally worse to have to find an RNG, a randomly appearing module, than it does for RNG items. Some quests, you got to turn in a broken rusty sword, right? Well, if I'm looking for a broken rusty sword, at least it feels like in the raid, I can keep killing mobs, I can keep opening chests, maybe there's a chance for me to find it, right? There's always that idea that there's a chance, and that feels good when you're looking for a random quest item. But when you're looking for a random module, and you look at the map and you don't see it, then you're just wasting your time, okay? It's a bad design that doesn't feel good, and I'm a little bit disappointed that that's kind of still part of the questing system, okay? I can't find the stupid apple still. Maybe I've been lucky with that. Maybe, like, you know, people in chat, help Gonzo. Tell Gonzo where to find apples. Apples on slimes. There you go. Apples on tables. In the barracks, for example. As loose loot. Bad Artist, what's up? How are you, buddy? What up, Bad Artist? Okay. Moving on. Quest markers on items. This is a new one for me, but this has been in the game for a minute. This has been in the game since maybe like last season, I think. But like I said, I stopped playing last season. There was a hotfix. Did I see this last season? I don't think I did. I can't remember. But for sure, I'm feeling it this season. Not much to say here. It's very nice. I have not played since this was introduced. I think helping people navigate and figure out, right, what items are important for the quests. This is just a nice quality of life. It's nice to see the change. Nice to see quality of life change. W. Quest markers on items. Okay? Oh, Blinn, it's so bad. Oh, guild leader. Welcome in, welcome in, buddy. It's good for fighters. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're gonna talk about Fire Deep. This is an epic yap. We're like barely even playing the game today. We're just yapping. Okay? The guild is watching. We're gonna get there. Look at all the stuff to talk about. Okay? We'll get there. We all have thoughts. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this. Fighter disarm ability. Before then, though. Before then. Fire Deep, guys. The Fire Deep map. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about Fire Deep? Right? A new space to explore below the Goblin Caves. Below the Goblin Caves, right? I thought Fire Deep was a delightful surprise. A delightful surprise. A wonderful addition. A delightful surprise especially compared to the water map, right? You say new map, and I kind of like, I kind of pre-cringe, because what was the last new map we got? I don't know. I'm not going to say the worst map in the game, but certainly not my favorite map. Okay? The environment, the art direction, the mob design, the traversal, I think are all great. I think that it fits with the theme of the game. I think that unlike the stupid ass pirates and murlocs or whatever they were, the merman, DaD, merman, the dwarves have excellent animations. They have really interesting weapons to fight against. They're not overly punishing, but they're not pushovers, right? They did a really good job on the dwarves. There's a few kind of like weird mobs, right? The boss fight is great. The boss design is great. Compare this boss to the Stingray, right? So, the overall art direction, mob design, traversal is great. It's a fun boss fight that is both challenging and also achievable, in my opinion. The 3x3 map layout, right? Even the 3x3, even the simple addition of a basic 9-module map below the Goblin Caves just makes the game feel bigger, right? When it felt like that Goblin Caves was kind of a dead end, it didn't have that optionality to go down. The game felt smaller. So now that every map has a lower level, right? There's more agency. The game feels bigger. I think that's a good thing. It's also, you know, these 3x3 maps are historically classic kind of PvP hot zones, right? They're cauldrons. They're like battle arenas. So if you're an advanced player that is looking for PvP against other geared players, chances are you'll find it in the Fire Deep. If you're a player who wants to avoid PvP, right? You can avoid it. The agency is always a good thing. I think, unequivocally, Fire Deep map is a big W for the season, right? Big W. Love this edition for GC. I agree. I have not hit the Fire Deep yet, but I can appreciate it for what it is. Yeah. And, you know, all I can say is I encourage it. It's navigable. It's achievable. It's fun. GC is the spiritual PvP zone, so Fire Deep being PvP fits the set. I agree. Well said. Totally. Let's talk about this. Random rolls on gear. There's been some changes, right? What did he say? STF says all attributes, true physical damage, true magical damage, max health bonus, and additional move speed have been removed from the random modifiers. This is just a few words in text, but it's another indication of a massive change to the game. To the game's kind of like foundation of equipment. It's something that people have been talking about. You know, there's been kind of flirtation with this off and on for many patches, but certainly people have been decrying true physical damage, extra max health, especially additional move speed. This is such a loaded bullet point, right? Pardon the pun. The fact that this was all done in one stroke is remarkable. It is encouraging, is finally a good move, right? In addition to what we've seen already with kind of major changes to the game, this is a huge change to the game. A welcome one, in my opinion. I think it puts nice focus on base stats and more stat specialization. Instead of just plus all, you can gem to scale into the stat of your choice. That feels better than just blanket plus all. I mean, also, I realize now that for some of the abilities that give you plus all, the banner, I think Soul Collector probably gives you plus all still. There are ways that you can achieve plus all, right? But it's not on gear, so it just makes the gear better. It makes those abilities feel more impactful, right? I think this will likely encourage more build diversity. The fact that there isn't like such a pervasive meta, like when True Fizz was in the game, you had to build True Fizz. Like casters needed true magic damage in a lot of cases. There are certain rogue builds that needed max health. You know, all of the toxic PvP that was based on move speed, right? Now that that's out of the game, I think we're going to see a cleaner look at class design, and we're going to see more build diversity, which is a good thing. I do not miss plus all. Like I said, I've been playing for like 36 hours. I do not miss plus all, plus HP, plus true. I don't miss it. I don't miss it. Uh-oh. Was that a self-redact? Or was that a... I'm not looking. The fast attacks with low base damage were reliant on plus all. Yes, the daggers. Classes that must use those needed something to help them until things could be made better for them. That's true. This wipe is so fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Ham salad, I was about to throw you out, lol. I missed what it was. Currently, there is less diversity in High Roller. I think that it's kind of like... This is the awkward first step. Oh, the one about Fire Deep plus Goblin Caves equals Pregnant. Oh, I see. Fire Deep. Right in the fallopian tubes. Get it right up in there. Get it right up in there. Do goblins have fallopian tubes, you think? Or do they lay eggs? Are they carrying an egg inside their belly? Is it more kind of like a platypus, right? Where a goblin is still kind of mammalian? Is a goblin a mammal? A goblin is probably a warm-blooded... I never thought about that in these terms. Is a goblin mammalian? Because a platypus is the only mammal that lays an egg, right? Goblins have milk. Obviously. Friggin' duh. Right, duh. Goblin milk. Goblin milk, right? Goblins are clearly mammals. Eggs. So, what is it? A platypus is the only mammal that lays an egg inside itself and brings that egg, you know, to fruition or whatever. Egg. So maybe goblins are kind of like platypi, right? Monsterillion. Eggs for dinner, they say. Eggs. Eggs. Do you guys say eggs? Eggs or eggs? My wife says eggs like she says legs. Legs. I say eggs. Not the only one. Ooh, what else? There's another one. Eggs. Platypus lay eggs and make milk. So the pregnant goblin is probably got an egg in there, right? An egg. The belly is the goblin holding the goblin egg, right? Mons Eggus. No, she doesn't. Eggs, but my wife says eggs. Eggs. Egg stream, guys. I'm sorry to hear that there is less diversity in High Roller. I believe that. I believe that. I think that this is the first awkward step. First, they couldn't have kind of done the full-on class revamp for all the perks and skills for all the classes at once, right? They're going quickly, but there still is steps. So removing this is step one, but you know, retooling, revamping, giving rogues, giving rangers, giving wizards, giving bards more things to do, hopefully we'll see more diversity, right? She is a Canadian, yes. Bless your wife. Bless your wife. I think ultimately this will be better for the game and for creativity with builds. It might be awkward now. There's still going to be metas, right? But the metas will not be as acute as, you know, move speed plus all, true fizz plus HP. Like, that's all the game was. The game was just those things, right? Anytime these things have been in the game, that's all it is. Full stop, right? Sling needs a buff. I bet it does. I have not swung the sling once. I think that for random rolls on gear, the changes they're making are W. Guys, look. There's a lot of W's, right? We're giving credit where credit is due. There's a lot of W's. And yet, I still say Season 8, the wipe at launch is, for me personally, is kind of an L. The game direction is W, right? The executive summary is, though, despite the wins, it still feels like this season is kind of an L, right? It's because largely I'm playing in solo. Let's keep talking. The uniques make build variety so good once the market is out. One more thing to talk about, and then we'll switch it up here. Let's talk about gems, jewelry, and crafting. Okay? Gems, jewelry, crafting. It's still the early stages, but I think that there's a really nice iteration on these systems. Gemming feels good and is cheap, right? You go to this guy, this handsome devil, right? Look at him. This guy's a poet, right? This guy's the kind of guy that you meet at a bar, right? You have a first date, you order the pasta, you like him. This is the kind of guy that writes you poems, okay? He look at him. He's dedicated to his craft, but find a guy who looks at you like this, right? Find a guy in life. Find a guy in life who looks at you like this. He cares, right? He cares about his craft. He cares about you. He writes you poems. He does good work for cheap. It is cheap to use this guy for gemming, right? That's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. Gemming feels good, and it's fun to gem up your stuff, to finely tune your build, right? To finely tune your build, to make it yours, to get extra invested in a kit, but it doesn't cost you that much. Crafting rings and necks is also easy, and it makes a reason to farm. Crafting rings and necks is fun. It's fun to keep your eye out for the stuff that you need. It feels good when you make the rings and necks. I think that that's another positive addition to the game. The lack of abundance makes jewelry feel special. And the crafted item rarity is still TBD. We'll talk about this in a second. The lack of abundance makes jewelry feel special. Gone are the days where you would just find dozens and dozens and dozens of like rings of survival necks, right? There would just be so many things that you just find. This is what you had stash tabs, right? You'd have all of these rings and necks and you would never wear them, right? This was not good. This meant that these things were too abundant, right? That guy makes me want to cover my drink. Yikes. Yikes. You're telling me you wouldn't go home with that man? Let's say, if anyone's experiencing stream lag. If anyone's experiencing stream lag, I'm gonna do the message here. Just in case. Just in case. You can catch up here. In the past, I would have tabs full of rings I was never gonna wear, right? There was too much abundance. And so I think that the now comparative lack of abundance means that jewelry feels special, and that's a good thing. Crafted item rarity, in terms of crafting, we haven't really got to the workshops yet. We haven't really gotten to the high level crafting yet. But I assume it will also be fun. It adds another motivating aspect to the game, and I can't wait to see how that goes. But for now, I think they're doing an excellent job with the goldsmith, with gemming, with the crafting of jewelry. That's another big W in terms of game direction, right? Renaissance performative male. Is a performative male like a guy who wears like a bunch of, is it kind of like peacocking? What's a performative male? Let's not get too much into politics. I'm gonna breathe and have another bite of donut. They are drip feeding the content to maintain player base, LOL. Huh. Renaissance performative male is very funny. Yeah, Curtis Connor. But what is, how do you describe him? Is it because he has like a weird style? It's like 90s revival. Where's sleek hide pants? There it is. But like, kind of like has, like a challenging fashion sense to kind of as a form of self-confidence. Is that what it is? Is that what it means? I mean, it's still happening, right? It's still a little slower till we have a full. It's true. It's just it's not happening immediately. Is all. It's just not happening immediately. Performative male says, "Why, yes, I read the exact same book my crush happens to read now, even though you've never seen me read before. They are performative, that they are false." Oh. Men who insincerely adopt progressive, sensitive, and feminist aesthetics to appeal to women. Aha. Aha. That's tough because for someone like me, right? I've always kind of had like non-masculine, non-archetypal masculine like fashion preferences. I've never been shy to wear tight clothes. I've never been shy to wear pink, you know? But I'm just confident. Like, I'm just confident. It's weird. So there's a line between someone who's actually just confident and likes to wear and likes to, you know, is a progressive, sensitive feminist. I am a progressive, sensitive feminist. I am. But I can see how people might look at that and think that you're just doing that to attract women. Men who act interested in feminism, for example, to appeal to women. That's so weird. That's so weird. Yeah, performative just means to be a bullshit artist. Do you carry a tote bag? I used to carry 2. No, I have. Yeah. I don't go outside anymore. But back in the day, you know, I had like vintage man purses. I would go to thrift stores and I would find like the old binocular cases. These like really nice, small, square, like hard cases. And I would absolutely wear a purse. I absolutely wore a purse. The key to a performative male is the fundamental insincerity I see. But the thing is, like, I actually truly am a progressive, right? And I believe that men and women are completely equal politically. Dual toting, bro. I did. There were times. There were times. It's like, why 2, right? Dual toting. I had a lot of shit to carry, right? I had a lot of shit to carry. I like thrifting, not gonna... I love thrifting. My whole life. It feels like hacking. Because the stuff made 40 years ago, you know, was made with genuine quality. And it lasts. It's so good. I'd rather have leather things that last me for years. I love popping tags. Anyway, okay. One more breath here. Blinn has places to be and shit to carry. It's true. I do. Actually, maybe it's good you can't hear me breathe. That's good. I used to think that it was limiting me from some sort of comedic value. The fact that you couldn't hear me sniff. But actually, it's actually kind of good because it means I can breathe. Yeah, and that comes across in your general vibe. You feel like a very genuine person, like it's easy to tell you respect people in general. I do. That's nice. I'm really glad. He only has $20 in his pockets. Thanks. Thanks, Jormgeet. Thanks, Jormg. I found an amazing high-end woolen greatcoat. Whoa, a greatcoat? I've never... Have you ever heard the term greatcoat? Oh, I've never heard the term greatcoat. Made in the 40s. I always wear when using a suit during the winters. Yeah, totally. Like a nice overcoat made of wool. High-end woolen greatcoat. Isn't popping tags just stealing? Maybe I missed it. I'm not sure what popping tags means then. I'm not sure what popping tag means. Popping tags. I'd like to call it long time borrowing. From a song. Oh. Dark and darker loot item. A greatcoat. No, like, I knew what you mean. Like, instantly. I know what you mean. I've just never heard, I've never seen that word before. In English. And it's amazing. Two Hands played golf in 1260. Was it in China first, and then it was in Belgium, you said, Maddie? It was called Golf, right? Golf in Belgium? Good old Golf. They were probably wearing greatcoats in Belgium in the 1500s, or in the 15th century, in the 1400s, right? Guys, we're wasting time. By design. By design. Let's get back to it, shall we? Okay. Quick recap. Look at all the W's. Look at all the things we've talked about. We talked about the 7x7 top-level map expansion. We've talked about loot value. We've talked about map POIs and loot containers. We've talked about map exits. We've talked about quests that involve specific random modules. We've talked about quest markers on items. We've talked about Fire Deep. We've talked about random rolls on gear. We've talked about gems, jewelry, and crafting. Okay. Time is never wasted around you. That's nice to hear. Coif? Many W's. Too late to get too happy about. Too late to get too much. Too something to get too happy about. What a yap. We're about halfway done. Okay. all of this is to say, though, what's the point of all this? All of this stuff is kind of the raid prep. There's a lot of raid prep stuff here, okay? But what we're doing in this game, in Dark and Darker, we're going in to fight people at the end of the day, right? What's the point of all the raid prep? We're going in to fight people. PvP is the point of all of this. And that's something that we understand is part of the Dark and Darker experience. Unlike these idiots, right? Who don't understand what PvP is, right? Who don't understand. The players of Dark and Darker understand this is a PvP game, and PvP is the point. We're going into the raid to fight people. So all of these map and loot adjustments and raid prep improvements, all these W's that we see here, they don't really matter much if the combat sucks, because this is a PvP game. If the combat sucks, it doesn't matter how fun the crafting is, really, because we're going in to fight people. Let's talk about combat related changes, okay? You're a rat when you team with the Skellies, right? Imagine it's us versus the Skellies, bro. You go around cheap shotting everyone, right? Idiot. God, I hate toxic PvE players. I can't stand them. Anyway, that's another game. There's been so many big changes to combat this wipe. One of the foundational changes was to movement, right? And how movement works. Let's read. This season also looks to substantially adjust the core movement system so your actions should flow more freely. You'll notice an improvement to the overall smoothness of movement and combat actions. To make skill expression in the game more intuitive, we want the tides of battles to turn based on properly reading and responding to combat situations, rather than getting the upper hand by utilizing obscure, arbitrary mechanics. Very good. Very interesting. As such, Iron Mace has reduced the move speed reduction when moving backwards. They have reduced the move speed reduction when sheathing and drawing weapons. They have reduced the move speed reduction when attacking. They have reduced the move speed reduction when taking damage, when casting a spell, when in a defensive stance and guarding. Okay? All these things, advanced players learned how to mitigate. They learned how to mitigate the previous penalties, the move speed penalties for moving backwards, for changing weapons, for drawing a bow, for casting a spell. There was a lot of jump spam. And Iron Mace finally understood what we meant by bunny hopping. I don't know what the tipping point. I think they knew what we meant the whole time. It's so weird that that finally all these things kind of clicked for them, right? It makes me wonder, like, what was the impediment previously? What was the impediment previously? It has to be that twofold. It's two sides to the same coin, and it's an economic one, right? They saw the incredible success of Arc Raiders, right? Business people, studio owners, studio founders, the people that have the most to gain from game success. They all took note of Arc Raiders because that game is just minting money, right? It's made people incredibly wealthy. And if you're a business owner, if you're a studio owner, you want to be wealthy. You want to own the thing that is incredibly valuable. You want to be wealthy. And they see Arc Raiders and they see a model of success. And if there's one thing that business leaders, that business owners are good at doing in general, it's emulating success. And this is like across basically every industry. If something proves to be successful, you're a business owner, you're risk averse, you're looking for ways to mitigate risk in a business environment, you look at existing successful models and you emulate what they're doing, okay? You see it in apps, you see it in restaurants, you see it in enterprise solutions, you see it everywhere, right? Including in game dev. So the reason why all these changes are happening now is because SDF is a business owner. SDF wants to be wealthy, wealthier than he already is. SDF looks at the incredible success of Arc Raiders and says we can have this too. If we simply put our ego aside finally and adopt some of these changes, we also have a chance to be successful. The other side of the coin is that DaD, at the end of the water map wipe, was at rock bottom. It's almost like Iron Mace has nothing to lose, right? There was nothing but a crusty husk of a player base remaining, right? Like the crustiest, saltiest husk of a player base. No vitality in the player base, no new player interest, a bunch of arcane, obscure, arbitrary combat mechanics that were dominating like the PvP, right? The game was in the worst possible state, and when you're at rock bottom, it's easy to make a change, right? It's easy to make a change. The fast backpedal is another part of the new combat system, and I think is to offset what is planned for the in-combat effect. A Krusk, if you will. Does anyone know if Iron Mace is actually profitable right now? I mean, it's hard to say. They have a lot of money in the bank, probably. Still. But they also, their server costs, right? If you're running a live service game, we have no idea. We would shrink. We would shrivel, right? If we actually had some idea of their monthly burn, the amount of money they're spending a month to maintain their servers, you know, to keep the game live, and also to pay their bloody salaries. If there's 100+ people, I don't know how big they are. I question if Iron Mace is 100 people. But if you have, that's a lot of salaries. That's a lot of money going out the door every month, right? So every business has a runway, has an amount of time they can go with the amount of money they have and the amount of money they're bringing in. No idea, but definitely Iron Mace, end of water map season, the game is in the shitter, right? Nobody cares. Everyone's left. What was it like? They said that like they were disappointed. They did their high roller adventure mode. No one gave a fuck, right? No one wanted to play the game. The game sucks. The game sucked. And so that plus you look at the incredible wealth being generated by good game design in Arc Raiders, and a business leader, a business owner like SDF swallows hard, swallows his pride, lets go of a bunch of his stubborn things, and makes some material changes. Including movement. Including changes to movement. So, it is now the opposite of how it was. Jumping used to relieve you of a movement speed penalty, and now jumping slows you. And it's really weird. It's the inverse. I won a fight against a druid because the druid's muscle memory, he kept trying to jump to switch weapons, and he did it twice in a row. And that slowed him down enough for me to catch him and kill him. So it is the opposite now. Jumping punishes you, which is very interesting. Very interesting. The WSAD does feel better, especially the backpedaling, right? I feel it is more intuitive, and it's easier to space mobs, particularly in high roller, which is good. Which is good. There is less focus on the cost of an action and more focus on combat itself, I believe. It used to be that I felt that my mind was kind of split between observing my opponent, thinking about what I should do in response to the combat situation, but then also remembering to jump, you know, managing the economy of my actions via jumping was a significant portion of my bandwidth. And now that that's gone, I am feeling more fully focused on combat itself, which is really, really good. I think it's also harder to punish shield blocking, and it's harder to chase. As a shield fighter, as a shield enjoyer, someone who has historically gained advantage by blocking my opponents are not punished when they hit my shield as much. And my opponents it's easier for them to evade or space my counterattacks. And it's also harder for me to chase because the movement is a little more fluid. So this is taking me some getting used to, but that's kind of like a shield main problem. And that's a local thing. Overall, this is another W, in my opinion. The new movement changes are another W. I'm going to save. Since all shields don't have a riposte, it's over. We'll get there. We're here right now. Blocking and riposte for all weapons. Another huge change. Something that we've been crying for, petitioning for a long time, right? The guard system has been improved. So this is the wrong one. This is supposed to say that all weapons now have the ability to block. And a lot of weapons have a riposte mechanic as well. We know this. Let's talk about it. This is a huge iteration, a sea change for the melee system. And in my opinion, it is long overdue. There was no reason why an arming sword alone could not have blocked seasons and seasons ago, right? There's no reason why blocking was reserved for longsword and shields only, basically, and flute, right? Like why couldn't the horseman's axe block? Why couldn't the halberd block? They just didn't think it through. Like a lot of things in the game, they kind of set it up during the playtests, and then that initial system that they established was just not reconsidered because of tech debt, because of ambitions for new classes, for the push for new content. A lot of the existing systems were neglected because I think Iron Mace felt like there was no return on the investment. They could spend months doing a blocking system for all the weapons, but like maybe this is overdue because the blocking system itself was kind of problematic. Remember shield clipping, right? There was issues with weapon hitboxes. So maybe they needed to go through the process of like actually giving the arm hitboxes, improving the whole blocking mechanic. And then when they did that, they realized that there actually is a value now in letting all weapons be able to block. Anyway, it's a huge iteration of the melee system. It's long overdue. The riposte damage from all weapons is now a significant danger, right? Just because someone is using a battle axe doesn't mean they can't riposte your ass, right? All weapons are now, in a way, as deadly as longswords. It used to be you fight a longsword, you knew that was more of a standoff, right? That was more of a cat and mouse. Like you had to be careful because the longsword could riposte you. But now a felling axe can riposte you, right? A halberd will destroy you. A hatchet will riposte you. I think that it makes all melee much more dangerous, and that's very interesting to my mind. Very interesting. I love to see barbarians and clerics and rangers and rogues have more options for sustained melee combat. Previous to this, melee was, in a lot of cases, a DPS race, a stat check, was just dumb swinging melee. It was just dumb trading. And the game is so boring when it's just stat checking dumb trading. It's so boring. I love to see barbarians blocking with two-handed axes. I love to see clerics have the option to riposte with a Morning Star. I love to see rangers using riposte on spear, using riposte on arming sword. I love to see the blocks for the daggers are so cool looking. They're so cool looking. And if a rogue can block a clutch overhead, right? That rogue can go toe to toe in melee now. It's not so much about spacing. You get stuck in. Like this is a dream come true. It really, really is. And when Iron Mace does do things that are good like this, I think that they deserve applause. And I think this is finally, I know this is probably a lot of work, but this is a huge step forward. And I think it's so good for the game. Blocking, the blocking positions look good. I think that a few of them, maybe the arming sword could use a different, maybe like more of like a cutlass like parry position where the weapon's a little more out in space. But generally speaking, I really like the look of the blocking positions. I think that most of the positions protect against the head and they protect against overhead weapon attacks. So that's kind of changed a bit of the melee meta. Like a lot of the basic overhead chopping motions are easily blockable and parryable and repostable, right? What does that do? That puts extra value on thrusting weapons or on horizontal swings or combos that include horizontal swings. Most weapons have this kind of blocking position, right? Which means that if you're poking right? It's easy, it's very difficult to block a thrust with this kind of block. If you're chopping, right, it's very difficult. So it's changing the landscape, and it's mixing it up in a good way. Overall, I think this is very healthy for the game. I think it's very good for skill expression. I think it's very good for build diversity. You need at least 2 dagger riposts to catch up. A lot of the time when you riposte, you trade. Interesting, because you can't space with a dagger. Interesting. Now, a lot of people for the first time maybe are getting exposure to how difficult it is to block, and that's a challenge. Please, someone clip Blinn getting the pencil. Did I do a riposte? Did I do a flute parry there? Now, I don't want to profess. I don't want to pretend like I know what it's like to play rogue in a serious way. And I don't want to pretend like I know how viable or unviable it may be to try to go to play melee with a dagger and get more than one block in a fight. But I can say I have enough blocking practice to know that it is possible to block more than once in a melee exchange. It's taken me thousands of hours to finally, to learn the game well enough to be able to execute 2 or more blocks in one melee fight. And this could be the first time that a lot of people have even tried to block once. And so there's going to be some growing pains, right? Think about it like longsword versus longsword. And maybe the challenge is, I've been so focused on blocking that I've never tried to space, really. Spacing for me was always secondary. For you, for rogues, spacing has always been the primary in a lot of ways. You can riposte the first attack, but in the riposte duration, you wind up trading a hit. Dagger damage is also so low. Yeah. I think it goes back to what we say about how Iron Mace is kind of, the Ranger and the Rogue are next in terms of revamps. So we'll see how that goes. I know what you mean about the riposte timing. Are you saying that there isn't enough time to block the attack, to counterattack one time and then go back to blocking? The way I imagine playing Rogue would be you start the combat with upper hand. You wait until your opponent is in some sort of disadvantageous position, and you start the combat on your terms, and you do damage first. So that should put you up in the HP pool. In addition, the Rogue has abilities that accelerate their DPS, like with Weak Point, or that do damage over time in the background, like Rupture. Okay? There is enough time for that, but the riposte on Dagger is 2 hits. Does it have to be? Or can you only do 1? Because the riposte on, like the counterattack for Arming Sword for Flanged Mace is 2 attacks, but you can just do 1. Are you forced into 2 attacks for the riposte for daggers, or can you just do 1? The way I see the combat going is this. You, the Rogue, dictate the start of combat. You do a lot of damage at the start of combat to open combat. In addition, you have abilities that either further accelerate your DPS or do background damage over time. Then, even when you're in heads-up PvP and your opponent knows you're there and you're facing off, they're already at maybe half HP or 60% HP. And so if you are able to successfully block once and riposte, even then if you start trading, you're probably up enough in the combat that you can trade them down and win, or you can block and counterattack once, reset, block, and counterattack, and then trade. You can just do 1. So in my head, I can imagine if the Rogue is playing it like I think is intended, when you get the upper hand from a surprise attack, or you leverage your ability to ramp your DPS through abilities, or to do background damage over time, poison weapon or rupture, or whatever it is. If you get 1 block and riposte, then you should be in a position to win the trade. Daggers are ambush weapons. I feel like I would main fight more with a rapier. The dagger is also so slim and short that parrying will often get you hit, even if you get the parry. Much like how shields used to be. Then it's not easy. It was not easy playing a shield fighter before they improved hitboxes. And I mean, daggers are small, right? It's not easy. It's not easy. I wonder then, you know, if that's the advantage of it, if you're playing Mosquito Rogue, then you're playing, you know, hand crossbow and you're kiting and you are spacing and you are using move speed and you're staying away until your opponent is weak, and then maybe you go stiletto dagger and you go in for the kill, right? But if you're playing ambush rogue, maybe you don't use a hand crossbow. You play with a dagger on one hand, you play with a rapier on the other hand. You use dagger or short sword, right? You use dagger to open combat from ambush. You ambush to open combat, you do a lot of damage. And then once the melee is on and you're stuck in, it's not a spacing game. You switch to the rapier, you switch to the short sword, and you block and you riposte. And that makes me excited actually to play rogue. That makes me excited to play rogue. To try that. Anyway, I can see it viable. A shield should always block better than just a weapon. I agree. I think because the rogue has access to the rapier, which has a very, maybe like an easier riposte to manage than a dagger. The rogue has access to a short sword, which is probably easier to block with than a dagger. I was doing a lot of rapier parry. There you go. On rogue, yeah. And that's interesting. Pardon me, I'm full of rogue. No, it's all good. And honestly, dude, like, you've got a much better advantage in the class than I. But I can imagine a way it works where you abandon any sense of trying to space. Now that weapons can block and that blocking is more reliable, if you're playing ambush rogue, you have dagger DPS to start, you switch to the melee weapon. Then you switch to your short sword, it has a better block. You switch to the rapier, it has a better parry, and you finish the combat that way. There's no role for hand crossbow. There's no role for move speed. An ambush rogue is now like a stuck-in melee rogue, and there are the tools there to help you navigate through. Or you play mosquito rogue and you still build super light move speed, poison, rupture, hand crossbow, and you stay away. Except for when your opponent is very weak, and then you go in with your weapon of choice, right? I'm interested. I'm interested in it. Okay. Blocking and riposte for all weapons. Absolutely. A huge W. A huge W. In most cases, a fighter, warlock, barbarian, bard outtrade you in an ambush situation because of how weak dagger damage is. Yes. Cleric with smite. Well, I mean, cleric with smite will outtrade a barbarian, right? There's no... What you're describing is an issue with, like... Yes, I know what you mean. It's frustrating. I think though, this is a painful step for rogues in a post-true damage world, in a post-plus HP world, right? And maybe in the future, tumble gets better. Maybe in the future, there are other skills and abilities that make rogue more viable in a sustained melee situation, right? Even if you get the opener, though, I hear you. It's probably in a bad spot. It's probably in a bad spot. And yet I can tell you that I have won fights with a buckler shield, which is similar to it has a similar size hitbox to a short sword. As a cloth fighter, like it is possible to get multiple blocks, and I think that you shouldn't be looking to straight trade after an ambush. Like, there needs to be a couple of blocks that you do. And that's not easy if you're not used to playing the blocking game. Running high headshot damage, starting with range, landing 2 or 3 hits, and then using hide without stealth to proc the move speed on ambush. Interesting. And then go to the fight with a short sword. Bedtime for me. Thank you all for keeping me company as I struggle with painting some shields. Good night, everyone. Good night, two hands. Bathroom break for me. BRB, guys. Okay, breathing and sipping. Breathing and sipping. Right now, most rogue mains are either playing a different class or a different game altogether. Yes. The game for many other classes feels good and fresh. Yes, it is not an equal. It is not an equal update for all classes. Ranged are feeling a little weak compared to last season. I mean, casters, right? It's not an easy game to balance because of the headshot damage nerfs, right? Ranger and Rogue are next, and we'll get there in the list. Bloon's right though, something had to change. And in the process of making a better omelet, right? Different eggs get cracked at different times. Burgers in the shadows. It's the guild leader, totally. We have huge respect for. Did we shout out guild leader? Let's shout out guild leader. You know what? Maybe we do. Can we play some offline duos, guild leader? Some offline duos, and that way, if I rage out at you, at least I do it offline. You can be on stream. Maybe if you're on stream, we'll talk about it. But I would love. I feel like if I played in your shadow, we could play 2 rogues. Who knows? I just want to plant that seed. Shout out guild leader. Everyone, please go give guild leader a follow. He's on all the time. He is my #1 lurk of choice on the television. #1 lurk of choice. Yes, excellent. Okay, let's keep going, shall we? Double rogue, oh my god, yes, please. Make some videos out of that. Okay, next up, we're talking combat, guys. Shields, kind of in the wake of the adjustment to all weapons having a blocking and riposting mechanic, I find that shields have lost most of their offensive capability, right? How do I... Shields have lost most of their offensive capability. It's just kind of a fact. It's just kind of a thing that's happened. There's not enough time to block and to counterattack in many cases. Okay, I find the opponent is back in guard. By the time, depending on what weapon I'm using, if I get the block and I go to counterattack with my weapon, the opponent, in many cases, is back on guard. Hard for me to sneak in my counterattacks. Arming sword is fast enough, but kind of by design. A lot of other weapons are too slow, even with shield mastery, which has kind of been a thing I've had to get used to. The action speed block bonus. So with shield mastery, if I block, even with a 50%, 60% action speed bonus, if you factor in counterattack, the action speed bonus I get in my counterattack from my perks is not enough to compete with the riposte damage that I will receive from a battle axe, for example, from a felling axe, for example, from a halberd, absolutely. So that means that the risk I'm taking to block with a shield, the reward I get in terms of a little bit of, an action speed bonus is not enough to risk catching the guard of a blocking weapon and getting the riposte damage from a two-hander, it feels like. Also, the slow move speed of having a weapon and a shield makes spacing for me a little more challenging as a shield fighter, as a shield enjoyer. The opponents that I fight also are not slowed as much when they hit my shield. So when someone swings on me and gets blocked by my shield, they are not slowed in the same way as they used to be. They're not punished as much for hitting a blocking shield, which is interesting. All of this makes sense. And basically, like, I could lament the fact that shield fighting, that shield fighter, that the techniques of shield blocking and using a shield offensively are changing, but I have to say that it all makes sense. I have to change my view of the shield. It is no longer as effective offensively. The shield now in this game is kind of like a majority defensive item, is what it seems like they want it to be. Blocking also is still very risky, even with a heater shield, even with a round shield. The first person perspective is not intuitive versus long weapons. The halberd the Bardiche, especially the thrusting attacks of those weapons. If you're spaced far away, it's very hard to put your little shield in the way of a thrusting attack at range. It's very risky, very hard to do still, and so that makes, you know, it is another disadvantage of shield use. But shields are still very comfy versus mobs, right? If you're using it mostly purely defensively for survivability, there's a lot of comfort, a lot of convenience in using a shield still. But I'm having to recast my view of a beloved item, of a beloved style of play that I've held fast to for so long, and that's okay. I think there's a small L here, maybe because like some of the weapon guard timing is so forgiving, but I think generally speaking, it's a W. I understand. This is part of me taking my lumps. This is part of me getting some of my eggs cracked as we try to make a better omelet. It's a stalling tool, and the Pavise is the best one. Shield Slam adds some offensivity. Yes, agree. Agree. Highly agree. I don't want to get into the nuances of it, but like I still feel like Shield Slam punishes you because it can knock people away, right? It has a very short range. It can knock people away. It's a difficult one. There is offensive capabilities. Shield Slam is interesting. I'm a fan of Shield Slam, but it's still not like, it doesn't seem to be as valuable as the riposte damage, as the ease of kind of blocking and riposting that comes from halberd, that comes from spear, that kind of thing. I still really, me too, Bulldog, me too. I do. It's just, you know, the game is changing, and this is me kind of acknowledging a way that the game is changing. Kitten kill him? Battle Axe can riposte? Absolutely. Believe it or not. Riposte definitely favors the bigger weapons. Yes. It does. It does. You should tap into the Lantern Shield for the ripostes, maybe. Yeah, I've never liked how low it is. I've never liked the position of the Lantern Shield. It's always felt like my head is so exposed, and the people that know how to fight against shields already have an easy enough time getting up and over my heater shield even, right? I'm so sensitive to the elements of desync in the game where the advantage always goes to the attacker because the defender is a few moments back in time because of server latency, right? Dwarf tech maybe. The Lantern Shield just has never felt protective, and it never, I know it's very powerful, but it never spoke to me. That's just a personal thing. Continuing on the combat discussion. Happy to say that the Druid transform was finally tamed, it feels like. Right? Finally tamed. Druid. Shapeshift Mastery has been changed to reduce transformation time by 25% and reduce cooldowns by 25% when using wild skills, as opposed to it being instant transform. Transformation time has been increased from 0.5 seconds to 1 second. Okay? It used to be that Shapeshift Mastery, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but would reduce, it would be instant transform, would it not? Rip Bozo Druids. Dwarf with Lantern Shield is peak idea, totally. Does Lantern Shield have a stab attack? I wasn't able to get it to work the other day. It does have a riposte, but you need to click block again as soon as your shield blocks something. You don't click attack, you click block again, and you'll do your shield riposte. Shapeshift Mastery has been changed. Hallelujah. Right? Hallelujah. Shapeshift stacks have been removed, allowing for unlimited transformations. That's fine as long as there's some sort of like, you know, cost for the transformation itself. The blade only comes out on the second animation. Enhanced Wilderness has been changed. Bearskin Armor has been changed. The big step here, again, in a long in a huge patch of like massively material changes, a change to Druid's instant transform to shapeshift mastery. Holy crap, guys. It was finally tamed. Holy crap. Like 18 months too late? 18 months too late and like, you know, 20k player base later, right? After chasing away tens of thousands of players from the game, instant transform has finally been adjusted. This one Druid perk enabled so much grief and frustration. It was probably one of the worst aspects of the game, period. Right? One of the worst aspects of the game finally changed. Why? Because SDF saw rock bottom when it's like, I don't want my game to die. I want to be rich. So I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'm going to change the way Druid works. Better late than never. But what? It took you long enough, you big dummy. It took you long enough. Holy crap. No more Panther chicken jumping. What did the instant transform enable? The worst aspects of Druid. The worst aspects of the class design. The instant transformation enabled Panther chicken jumping, which let them get to cross modules immediately, let them get out of danger, let them push advantages so quickly. This was a huge advantage that Druids had. Also, no more rat door jumping, I believe, right? The next thing they need to remove is the barred door opening song, and then the BS ratting will finally be gone. Interesting. Sorks are the hard counter to fighter. It's really up to you to switch to ranged also against them. Crossbow, bow, gun, yeah. Instant transformation for Druid enabled the worst aspects of Druid. So funny how that one thing, right, was kind of the gateway to so much grief. And so finally that's been adjusted. The bear stats can still be an issue. I feel like base kit Druids in bear form still have just an enormous HP pool, but I get it. Like, they're basically immobile, basically, right? Like, they're easily escapable, so I understand why it's like this, right? I understand. It's manageable. Healing Druid is great in squads, right? I've played a little bit of trios this wipe with a healing Druid, and I gotta say that there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with like a caster Druid, a backline support Druid that's bonking and healing, right? And tree-enting is a great addition to the game. Is a great part of the game. It was really just solos, instant transform, animal Druid that was, when combined with its ability to escape and reset, was just bad, bad, bad. What if the unlock song was in trios only? I wonder. I wonder if they'll ever have the bandwidth capacity to bifurcate, to separate balancing decisions, gameplay mechanics, class skills, other numbers between solo and trios. It would probably be too much for them, right? It's too much to manage, I think. Overall, it feels like this class is finally coming into band, right? It's been like a 2-year road. It's been so long. It's been so long. It's been a year and a half. But ever since it came out, this class has been nothing but trouble, right? Nothing but problems and headache. And so, finally, it feels like it's coming into some semblance of balance. There's a role for it. It's not shitting on solos. It's got a role to play in squads. What's a healing cleric? I think huge W. Huge W, right? You got to give credit. Thank you, Iron Mace, for finally getting scared for your life enough to make a simple change to the worst class you've ever designed, right? Good job. Okay. Speaking of solos, and this is where things kind of take a turn for the overall bad, right? Despite all the wins, all the promising things that are going on, right? For people like me who are almost exclusively motivated to play solo, like playing solo the most, solo is still dominated by move speed. Is dominated by class differentiation because you can't escape that. Solo should not exist. The solo game mode should not exist, right? A class-based game like this, where classes have incredible strengths and incredible vulnerabilities, solo should not be a game mode. But Iron Mace gave in to community pressure during the honeymoon period of the game, did not fully understand that adding solo was going to make them a world of hurt that they would never fully be able to escape, right? Ever. And even with all the smart, interesting changes they've made, solo is still dominated by move speed. How do I know? Because playing this wipe, the majority of my games look like this. I'm staring at the ass of barbarians who are running away. This is a ranger, but it's usually barbarians who are just running away, right? They fight, they are disadvantaged in some way. Well, I'll just put my weapons away and run. And there's nothing I can do about that. As a slower class, even with my fists out, there's nothing I can do. Let's talk about it. Certain builds have no agency against faster classes. Stupid barbarians. Certain builds, there's nothing you can do if another class is faster than you. And that sucks. If X class that is slower encounters Y class that is faster, right? The problem is that X can't catch up, but also can't get away. So if you load in as a class, as a build in solos that has, 270 move speed, and you encounter a class that has 290 move speed, not only can you never catch them, but if you encounter them and you become disadvantaged and you try to run away, you can't get away. You can't catch and you can't get away. Is a horrible feeling. The problem is made worse by shitty module design. Infinite loops, right? Little circuits, like places that people that are faster than you can run forever and heal on the run. And when you encounter those modules, you just can't, right? What do you do in those modules? And the game is full of modules that have these infinite loops. So not only if you're a class that is slower and you encounter a class that is faster, right? You're kind of screwed because you can't catch them and you can't run away. But also, if you're fighting in a module that has an infinite loop, the problem is even worse, right? You as the player can't fight in that module. Like, it's just, there's invulnerability. So you have to leave the module. There's a complete erosion, a stripping away of a sense of player agency, which feels bad, which is not fun, which is a major, major problem of the game of solos. And like we say, right, we're going in to fight people. PvP is the point of this game. And if you, the player, the slower class, feel like you have no agency, where you can't catch them, you can't run away, or if you start a fight in a module that has an infinite loop, then your only choice is to leave the module. That's a shitty feeling. That's a shitty feeling. The problem is also exacerbated by doors, which heavily favor the runner. So if you damage a barbarian, right, and that barbarian decides to, drop the fight and run away, doors in this game are designed to favor the runner. And in SDF's mind, maybe he thinks that that's for poor little Timmy who's trying to escape the psycho in the jail who's chasing him. But really, the mechanic is abused by the most experienced players to maximize their advantage, to leave combat and then return to combat on their own terms. Doors are still a problem. As I've said many times today, solos should never have been introduced to the game. If it's not removed, and they never will, Iron Mace tried, and that was like their first brush with the actual death of the game. They tried to eliminate solos. They tried, and it was way, way too late, right? It was way, way too late. The solo game mode had already become fully baked in, fully entrenched in the game's identity. It was advertised. People bought the game because of the solo experience. Trying to take that away, right? That was their first kind of brush with the actual death of Dark and Darker. And they're like, whoa, 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 we can't take this away, right? So they're stuck. They've made their bed, right? If they can't remove solos from the game, which they can't, it needs its own set of balance and configuration. If you're gonna offer a game mode that is 1v1, then Iron Mace has to do the work. Has to do the work related to balancing certain classes or certain abilities or move speed or whatever it is, certain configurations, but they're not gonna do that either. They're not gonna do that either. Solos is always gonna suck in this game. And that's kind of what I'm realizing. Like, unless they continue to make another couple of rounds of substantially iterative changes, more C changes that are going to allow players to have more agency to either escape or keep people in combat, right? A lot more work has to be done for every class to feel like they've got a good shot to win in solo. It's almost an impossible challenge that Iron Mace has painted themselves into. They cannot escape solo, but also by nature, solos is almost unbalanceable, right? It's an unwinnable situation for Iron Mace. That's funny. Iron Mace has put themselves in an unwinnable situation. And guess what? It fucking sucks to feel like you're in an unwinnable situation. So, I don't know what the solution is, but this is me just saying, after playing 36 hours of the new wipe, I am realizing that solos is still completely dominated by move speed, is completely dominated by certain class metas, and I don't think Iron Mace has the bandwidth, has the capacity to do its own set of balance and configuration for the solo game mode. So I think solos is going to continue to suck for a long, long time. Iron Mace can't remove solos, but they also lack the capacity and the ability to properly adjust it. RIP. This, for me, as a solo enjoyer, as a lot of people are, is a giant stinking L, right? Ooh, I was hoping the sling would be like Ebola and give plate fighters an Achilles-like ability to catch runners. Is it not? I've never used it. Is it just a little pea shooter? That sucks. That would be great, right? If there was like a very dramatic slow-on hit, there was like 2x, like what the throwing axe is, right? Then there's a chance. It's a skill shot, right? Oh, that's just such a good idea. That's such a good idea. Okay. Barbarians. We're talking about barbarians first, then we're going to talk about the fighter disarmability, then we're almost done. Okay? Barbs still have no meaningful downside. There's no meaningful downside to playing barbarians. And that's an issue, right? We can see here that the majority of my solo games, it's me looking at stinky barbarian ass, right? Running away from me. Barbarians in this patch, barbarians historically have had no meaningful downside. That's what Kitty Killam was saying. What if there was a Bola utility item for melee classes? Yeah, totally. SDF, if you're lurking, write that down. Yes. I think the in-combat effect has the potential to fix the issue in a big way. No one talks about Dad Duo's the GOAT. I was hoping the sling would be like Ebola. Yes. Okay. Barbarians. Still have no meaningful downsides. They have incredible DPS. They have new defensive capabilities, aka blocking, and riposting mechanics. Incredible DPS. Barbarians can block. Barbarians can smash you with a riposte. Barbarians can build for lots of HP. Barbarians. Barbarians can also build for fast move speed. It's the trifecta, right? Where are we here? Give me this. It's the trifecta. I can't believe this is still a thing. 1, 2, 3. I'll go here. Typically, in good game design, a class, a character, will have two of these things. Are you a fast assassin? You move fast, you have incredibly high DPS, right? Or maybe you're like a tank frontliner where you have good DPS output potential, you have a big HP pool, but you are slow, right? You are not fast. Or maybe, this is kind of weird, you don't see a lot of fast tanks often. This is maybe support in some way. If you're fast and you're tanky, you don't do any damage, right? Other game designers, other games understand this, that if a class has all three of these things, that's a bad idea. Or you're a druid in all three, right? Or you're a barbarian. It's always been like this. Barb has always been like this. They have incredible DPS. They are fast. They have deep HP pools, right? It's a problem. It's a problem. They can use move speed. They can use doors. They can use mob control. They can use shitty maps to run and heal very quickly. At any time, if a barbarian feels like they're in danger, they just put their weapons away and they run. And they take advantage of the other crappy aspects of the design of this game to make space, to heal on the run, to potion chug, right? And just do that until they feel comfortable enough to come back into the fight. Maybe sustain. Tank is kind of sustain, I would say. Barb should be the fast tank. Interesting. I have a different perspective. We'll get there. Also, barbarians, currently, they're never punished for running. The way the game works, the way the doors work, the way their mob control works, the way the crappy maps are designed, the way that they can... The potions are very quick to pop, and it's healing over time, right? Barbs are not punished for running away in combat, and it is so annoying. I feel like this class should be very slow. If they're going to keep the two-handed damage output, their DPS, if they're going to keep their kind of like Savage Roar, giant HP pools, or their heavy armor and high amounts of HP, Barbarian should be very slow. Barbarian should not dictate terms, in my opinion. They should be slow if they're going to be tanky and have DPS. Barb should rely on Achilles Strike and their grappling hook to combat faster move speed classes. Barbarians should be the one that the other classes kind of assault and then fall back. And like Barbarian can't chase, and they're the ones getting pestered because they have Achilles Strike. They have the grappling hook. There's no reason why a Barbarian should have fast move speed by default, or should be able to build for fast move speed, in my opinion. Barb should rely on abilities and blocking versus PDR melee, right? So if Barb is the slowest class and other classes with faster move speed get to dictate terms to the Barbarian, the Barb has the tools to fight back against the faster move speed classes with Achilles and with the hook. They can fight back against the PDR melee that wants to be in melee because now Barb can block, and Barb has certain abilities to further increase their HP pool, right? Or to reckless attack and deal with PDR. The tools are here. The issue, like Instant Transform. Instant Transform was the reason that Druids sucked. The reason why Druids were one of the worst class designs, worst design decisions in the game, the next on the shit list is this, is the barbarians being fast. Why are they fast? They should not be fast. They should be very slow. They have the tools to deal with faster kiting classes. They have the tools now to deal with heavier armored melee classes that want a sustained melee, right? This is only really an issue in solos, to be fair. I don't give a fuck. I play solos. Solos is a game mode sanctioned by the game, right? It's such a lazy excuse, right? Because solo is officially part of the game. So many issues are solved in trios. And I say, if you're playing trios, it's a W. Executive summary, trios gameplay is a W, right? Solo experience, guess what? You pay money for a game that has a solo experience, and that solo experience is fundamentally broken, right? Is exploitable by shithead metagamers. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be fixed. If you're offering solo as a thing, right? It needs to be addressed. Okay, breathing break. Clouds. Clouds. Okay. Attached to this, right? Attached to this is Whirlwind. Let's read about Whirlwind, shall we? Let's read about Whirlwind. Whirlwind says, spin rapidly with a two-handed weapon, dealing 100% of weapon damage to all nearby enemies. While spinning, your weapon cannot be interrupted by any impact. This is what Whirlwind looks like when every barbarian is using it against you in solos. Right? That's what it looks like. Let's talk about Whirlwind for a second. Don't make it easier for smooth brain gamers to one-click win. Okay? In addition to Barb being stupidly designed, why make it easier for idiot smooth brain barbarian enjoyers to win easier? Okay? We're talking about these guys. We're talking about these guys. The 863 fame barbarian. This guy is good enough. He doesn't need Whirlwind. He knows the class is broken enough. Note how this guy does not use Whirlwind, but a lot of them do. Okay? And a lot of these gamers, it's the dumbest thing to make barbarian to give them more tools for one-click win, right? Nut butter, right? Managing Barb is not within Iron Mace's capability. Every month, every hotfix, every season, Barbarian has been a perpetual issue. There have been more kind of like I want to say like identifiable. Like there have been a few more instances of like egregious problems, right? Like when Sorcerer's like lightning strike was like nuking teams, right? Druid instant transform. There's been instances where true damage landmine rogues, right? There's been instances of Rondell PDR fighter, right? There have been crop ups and other perpetual issues, but underneath that kind of topical, more identifiable problem with balance with all these classes has always been Barbarian. Managing Barbarian, balancing Barbarian, understanding how this class fits into the landscape of other classes. They've never been able to do it, right? It's always been a problem, particularly in solos. It makes sense for trios. Whirlwind, I don't have a problem with Whirlwind in trios. Funny enough. Why? Because there's a risk of team damage. I think that's actually kind of clever, right? This is another indication that Iron Mace, that SDF they don't really care about solo. They don't. They're thinking about trios. They're designing for trios. They're not thinking about solo, but they're still selling and marketing the game as having a capacity for solos, which is a problem. Whirlwind in trios, I like the idea of that, because if the barbarian is going to launch into Whirlwind, they can hit their own team and damage their own team, and that's a liability. That actually is kind of lore accurate. If you think about it, a berserker, in the heat of battle, the berserker is just going to attack anything that moves, including allied forces, right? That's a liability. And that's kind of why berserkers are like, we're always kind of like ostracized. I don't know that much about like the historical role of like actual like human berserkers in Scandinavia, wherever they were, right? But I know that they were on the outskirts, right? They were not beloved members of the community, right? So I like the idea of Whirlwind in trios, but I don't like the idea of giving barbarians a class already that has no meaningful downsides, and they're just, it's so easy to win as this class in solo that both of these additions are L's, right? I'm going to do a little L for Whirlwind because, like I say, that in trios, it makes sense, I guess. Basically, Barb's version of Ranger's triple shot. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that they didn't need the help. Okay. Speaking of broken abilities, let's talk about Fighter's disarm ability. Very hot topic. In my opinion, it makes Barb more brain dead. Exactly. Don't make it easier for smooth brain gamers to one-click win, because you just send the Barb in as a suicide DPS, send them through the door, let them spin DPS and die, then oh, you have the cleric res. Interesting. So even in trios, there's a way to use it that is less costly, right? If you have a res. That's interesting. Interesting. Let's talk about fighter disarm, because a lot of people are experiencing this, but from the other perspective, right? A lot of people are experiencing this. Disarm says, disarm is a skill for fighters, so it's an active thing you have to use, right? Disarm needs buffs for sure. Barely usable, am I right? Disarm says, the next melee attack within 4 seconds disarms the enemy for 1 second. So basically, if you hit your opponent with a melee attack, they are disarmed for 1 second. Disarmed targets cannot use weapons. In fact, the game forces you to bring out your fists, right? This effect can only be applied once and is consumed when the melee attack hits any target or object, except for a blocking surface. This was not clear. I learned this the hard way. The effect works when the attack hits any target or object, but it does not affect the target if you hit a blocking surface. Keep that in mind. It can only be used while a sword type weapon is equipped. Okay, let's talk about this. This is one of the biggest changes to Fighter in maybe years. Fighter has not had a truly disruptive addition to its loadout, to its perks or skills kind of library in a long time. And so this is a bee in a lot of people's bonnets, right? It's one of the biggest changes to Fighter in, I think, years. It's basically Cutthroat for melee. If you're a caster, right, and you're getting ready to cast and you get hit with Cutthroat, you can't cast, right? This is similar. It's Cutthroat for melee. Melee classes, fighters, barbarians, clerics, melee classes are not used to these shutdown abilities. They're not accustomed to being locked out of their primary means of doing damage. This is a rude awakening. Melee classes are not used to Cutthroat abilities being applied to them, right? Casters know all about this. The effect is actually another blow to casters, this wipe. It's another form of silence. So casters are already dealing with a threat of Cutthroat from rogues. They're already dealing with a threat from, what is it? What's the silence bard song? Casters are already dealing with that. Now, also, if you're a caster, you've got your book out, someone hits you with disarm, they put their book away, okay? This is another blow against a caster class, which is not great, I don't think. Welcome to the club. Casters have had to deal with Cutthroat forever. Yeah, and Cutthroat is worse for casters than disarm for melee, arguably. Yes, I agree. The Din of Darkness, thank you. Song of Silence and Dissonance or something like that. Song of Silence? Maybe Din of Darkness? It's another reminder. So yes, casters are finally maybe going to bed smiling that melee enjoyers for once have to experience what it's like to be locked out of skills, right? Locked out of abilities. It's another reminder that gamers don't like, I'm going to put this in quotes, hard CC, don't like strong mechanics of control, of full stun or lockout abilities in full loot PvP. This was the downfall of Legacy Steel and Sorcery. It was a full loot PvP game that incorporated too many aspects of hard CC in its combat. Dark and Darker, historically, I think people have persisted. People feel satisfied by the combat in Dark and Darker because very few things would actually impede you from swinging. So a lot of combat, players felt like they had agency. It always felt like there was something you could do because in Dark and Darker, you could always swing. You could always just swing away, and there's always a chance that the next swing that you make would actually kill your opponent, right? Casters have experienced Cutthroat for a lot, since forever, right? And Cutthroat's always been in the game, I think. Looking at you, Mistfall Hunter, watch them stun locks. Yes, right? So now that in Dark and Darker, more of this hard CC, more of this kind of interruptive game stuff is happening, it's a rude awakening for a lot of DaD enjoyers because historically this has not been an element that DaD players, that certainly melee DaD players have had to deal with. Okay? From my POV, disarm has a very obvious activation. You can hear it. It has a certain sound, so I know when my opponent has activated it. I can also see the effect on the hands and on the weapon of my opponent. It's also only for swords. So if I see my opponent is using a sword, I know that there's a chance for disarm. I can listen for disarm. I can look for disarm. Okay? It is obvious. It also has a 4-second duration, which is a long time if you're face to face, but it's a pretty short duration, in my opinion, if there's any kind of ability for spacing. What else? Disarm is also blockable. Okay? If you attack a blocking surface with disarm, your disarm fizzles. It does nothing. If you are able to block a player attacking you with disarm, right? You can nullify their ability. You can block disarm. It does nothing against a shield, against a parry, against a blocking surface. The trouble is that blocking is hard to execute versus players. When it matters, a lot of people have trouble with blocking because blocking in this game is not intuitive. It's difficult. It's a hard thing to do. I believe that if you are hit with disarm, it's not a death sentence. You are relegated to fists, but with fists you have more move speed, right? You gain back your move speed penalty from your weapons, so you have a better ability to space your opponent and to avoid damage that way, especially if you can anticipate getting disarmed. I think for now, while people are still learning that it's a thing, a lot of people are upset because they have a hard time identifying disarm. And so they're getting surprised by it, and it's very frustrating. But as the player base learns to anticipate it and to know how to work with disarm once you've been disarmed, it will be less of a thing. But let's say, I think that this ability as it stands is overtuned, right? It doesn't make any sense. Why should I force someone to drop their sword and shield if I hit them in the foot? If I land my attack on the leg hitbox of my opponent, why would that disarm them? right? It's cartoonish. It's arcadey, right? It's not intuitive. It kind of flies in the face of the hitbox specificity that kind of makes up for so much of Dark and Darker's melee combat. People like this game because of the hitbox specificity, because you have to be very targeted and thoughtful with how you place your attacks, right? Why is it that an ability, if I hit the leg of my opponent, they are forced to drop their sword and shield? Doesn't make any sense. Similarly, it's like Achilles. If I hit someone in the arm with Achilles strike, why would they be slowed down, right? Apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently for Achilles strike, it used to be that it required a leg hit shot. It required to hit the leg hitbox, but then they reverted that. They changed away from that, right? So I hope that if they're going to keep disarm in the game, that they revise it to be more thoughtful and more skill-based. It is definitely not a fun ability to experience for most players, okay? It was pushed live with no testing, right? This is a major disruption to the melee combat system. It was pushed live on the whole player base without testing, public testing to my knowledge, and it is not a fun ability to experience for most players. Like Druid, like Barbarian, anything that is fun for some, but really annoying for most, is bad game design, and it should be removed, right? It is not good for the game. Disarm is one of those things. It's fun for a small handful of people at the expense of the enjoyable experience of others, or at least like a fair shot of others. And that's not good. It's not good for the game. I wonder how receptive SDF is to feedback these days, right? SDF has made a ton of other changes to the game. Changes I never thought he would make. So who knows? Maybe in this case, SDF will be very receptive to everyone saying that this ability or this skill needs to be adjusted. Maybe he'll make an update sooner than later. I think regardless, I think as we get into other class updates, you have to expect more game-altering skills like this as the other classes kind of get their perk and skill revamp as we go along, right? You just have to learn to run away for 4 seconds, but if you have no move speed, you lose to it rip. I told my friends that don't play the game much not to play until Disarm got nerfed because it's especially harsh on new players. Yeah. It's also especially harsh on the players who enjoy two-handers. Because the way that the army sword works, or the cutlass works, or the rapier works, a faster single-handed sword swings so much quicker than the long wind-ups for the two-handers. If you're a big two-handed Bardiche, and you take a long wind-up, I can see that react, click, attack. I can see that react, queue up my disarm, click attack, and interrupt your attack and disarm you before you can do anything, right? If you, the two-hander opponent, you're attacking, you are not blocking. And so that means I can disarm you very easily, and it throws you for a loop, right? It is a big counter to the slow-swinging two-handed weapons. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will give my thoughts on the new in-combat status effect now. Yes, please go ahead. As we queue up the next topic. There's only 3 left. Only 3 left. Donut will help me breathe. Thank you for waiting, Litchi. Thank you. Interesting. I also love donuts. I love oxygen. Interesting. Thank you, Clippy. Very good. Do you think that the combat status effect links you with an attacker or defender? Or is it just a blanket status effect, meaning that you've dealt player damage or received player damage? I did not inhale those donuts. Ironically, my favorite game is called Oxygen Not Included. I did not inhale those donuts. I did not have inhalable relations with those donuts. It depends what your definition of is. Actual Bill Clinton quote. You can tell he's a lawyer, right? A lawyer. I'm gonna get some of this frosting on my dress, right? I'm gonna keep the dress in the closet for years. Smug jealousy. Then he ripped on his sax. Bubba. He was probably a villain, right? He's probably a scumbag. He's probably a scumbag. Yeah. No politics, right? I love donuts. I love donuts. Oh, no. Nope, not reading it, George. Jormy. Jorm G. I'm doing it, so I cut the donut before stream, so it's easier to eat, so I don't get tacky donut fingers and then use my mouse and my keyboard. I'm not an animal, Skeets. I'm not an animal. You should see me. When I eat roast chicken at my dinner table, I eat with my hands. My hands are greasy, sopping, disgusting little food tools, right? Little food fingers. You can tell I really like the food I'm eating if gradually I like phase out of my cutlery, right? If only these gloves had fingers. That's the funniest thing. That's very funny. This is very funny. Very funny. Wait. What if I put a, wait. There, two. Oh. Yeah. When game used gloves merch. Hey, should we do a merch call out? Let me see here. We're almost done here. We haven't done a merch call out in 1,000 years. What the hell is it even? I used to have... There it is. I have it on my desktop still. Posted already. Oh, very nice. Oh, I need to log in. 1 second. It's been a minute. Cool. Thanks for posting it already. I'm still wearing the crap out of my burger hat. Channel merch, guys. Who loves Mondays? Who wants a cat stretch on a cap? These caps are actually so good. Where's the whole store? Where's the all products? If you go to all products, you get access to the classics. This burger hat, classic dad hat. I wear this like every day. It's so good. We made them as cheap as possible. The prices, we do not control the prices. This is too much. Don't buy this. Do not buy this. Don't spend money that you don't, you know, don't spend money. But if you want a hat that's good, I love these hats. They're good hats. We don't set the price. We set these prices as low as possible. This is the lowest we make $0. You're paying another company if you buy one of these hats. You're not supporting us at all, except you will have a hat that you enjoy. Anyway, very good hats. Very good hats. Okay. I think that the in-combat effects are going to be more useful, not in a paired way, glitchy, but in like a, maybe like if the rogue has like a smoke pot, or it has like a weird like a dust that they blow, right? And it heavily slows anyone who is in combat. If someone has an in combat status effect, maybe there's easier ways to target people that are in combat when you have that. It's a very good observation. And my mind kind of races when I think about the different ways that Iron Mace could leverage that to change the way that combat works, or to make certain skills or abilities have a power or a value, right? Yeah, a rogue fart, exactly. Cat stretch, please. I love Mondays. What? A friend said they saw someone else wearing one around town? Man, everyone's in CO, right? Colorado? Colorado. It's like the sister city for this channel. Oh, saw it in a store. I highly doubted that. Curious. Okay. There are also other new fighter perks. Okay. They added Veteran Instinct, Weapon Guard, Last Bastion, Pommel Strike, Fortified Ground. We've been talking about Disarm, right? But a few of these are really interesting, and it'll be a lot of fun to look more closely at them as the season goes on. Weapon Guard says while blocking with a weapon, so if you just have an arming sword, right, or just have a rapier, while you're blocking with a weapon, gain 1 impact resistance, which is big, and 5% physical damage reduction. Upon a successful block, you gain 10% physical damage bonus for 2 seconds. So this kind of dovetails with Sword Mastery for Longsword, for Cutlass, you know? You can see this like single-handed weapon or single weapon guarding. Very, very powerful. Very interesting. I love it. Pommel Strike, I also think has the potential to be very strong. It's just no one's really looked at it carefully yet. When attacking with the hilt, while a one-handed weapon is equipped, you have a one-handed rapier or an arming sword. You attack with the hilt. It deals an additional 15 physical damage. So I think it still counts as an attack. So you're going to get your weapon damage, but additional 15 weapon damage. And silences the target. Rip casters, right? Another silence effect for casters. But it's not just for casters. It disables all skills, spells, and performance abilities. So if you're fighting a Smite Cleric, and they have Smite. If you're fighting a Smite Cleric and they're going to judge you and you hit them with Pommel Strike, it silences them. If silence interrupts the enemy's action, it deals an additional 10 physical damage and reduces move speed bonus by 50% for 2 seconds. This is massive. I cannot wait to explore this, because this means you Pommel Strike someone whirlwinding you, right? You Pommel Strike someone with Blow of Corruption. There's all sorts of things that you can interrupt with this. I think it opens the door for a style of melee play that is just as much about countering abilities as it is about blocking attacks, which is really cool. Nobody's using the skill. There are too many barbs and fighters, but it seems good against barbs and fighters. If you hear someone with disarm and you hit them with just Pommel Strike is a counter to disarm. It's also so funny the way it bonks someone's head. I can't wait. I think this is a lot stronger than people think. It fully counters Whirlwind and fighter buffs. Yeah. So it's just people are lazy, right? It hard counters adrenaline rush. Yes, because it slows them down, right? Huge damage. If you run a cutlass only, pommel strike and disarm, you are a monster, right? Except you're susceptible to certain horizontal attacks and range damage. Like, you still have a downside. It's just they've made it so viable now as a fighter to specialize in one-handed weapon use. And I think it's such an interesting, cool iteration to the game. I really do think that's the case. If it wasn't obvious, sorry, disarm is an L, I think. Disarm, well, there's a tiny W in there because it has changed the way fighter works. But I think until people figure it out, I think to appease public opinion, we have to say that fighter disarm is at this point majority an L. It's not fun. It's not a fun ability to experience. Other new fighter perks, right? There are so many options that dovetail with or enable certain fighter builds. Very interesting. It shores up where you need help. If you're the kind of person that invests at the end of a fight or wants help at the end of a fight, right? The last bastion, adrenaline spike, right? There's ways you can kind of tune your build to give you help at the end of a fight. If you're more of an opening ambush kind of slayer kind of player, right? There's ways you can use some of these new perks and skills to further amplify your ambush, your fight opening strategy. In addition to the existing perks, there's months of combos to explore. I think Fighter now finally is an idea of what like a 1.0 full class development looks like. Finally, Fighter and all the things, all the ways you can combine all the different kind of build strategies, all the perk and skill combo, perks and skills with certain gear sets. There's so much flexibility. There's literally months to explore. If this is where the game gets, I think that's what's going to be 1.0 for Dark and Darker. When all classes have this degree of combo potential, will be 1.0, in my opinion. I'm hopeful for a similar rollout or expansion for the other classes, right? I don't know enough about Barbarian to know if like Barbarian feels the same way. I think it probably does, right? Especially now with their ability to block. I was hoping that Barb would get shield perks, but with the block and her post on weapons, I don't think that Barbarian needs shield perks. Pommel Strike and Weapon Guard are on my list for sure. It's gonna be a lot of fun to look at these and make videos. Other new fighter perks, a win for my POV. Very quickly, we're gonna say this, that Ranger and Rogue are next this season. We know that. Fighter and Barbarian, we're ready at launch. And STF said that Ranger and Rogue will be the next two classes to get these giant overhauls. And that'll be kind of like mid-late season, right? It's still going to be months and months until Wizard gets new spells, until Bard gets more viable playstyles, right? Until maybe Cleric is revamped, until Warlock is advanced. I mean, Warlock is already pretty dynamic, but like, there's still a ways to go, is what I'm trying to say here. It's a slow rollout of perk ability changes that they promised. It really tips the scale. It's uncomfortable, as Guild Leader was mentioning earlier, right? Rogues are in a pretty tough spot. Rangers are in a pretty tough spot right now. As they make updates to certain classes, but leave other classes by the wayside, on the back burner, right? Is a better way of saying it. This really tips the scales in favor of certain playstyles, and that can be annoying if you like to play as a caster, for example, right? Melee is feasting today, but by the time Iron Mace gets around to updating the state of Wizard or Bard or other classes, Melee, all the fighter perks that we are exploring now, maybe will feel stale by that time. Who knows, right? I think that my takeaway from here is that the Bloody Water map took so much effort and time, right? Think of the time wasted on water combat, on shitty boss mechanics, on quests and quest items on just like an element of the game that nobody asked for, that wasn't good, was not well received. Had they jumped to this stuff earlier, right? Oh, even without the water map, the game would have felt so good. The game would have felt so good. But he got it stuck in his head that he wanted to make water combat Fantasy Subnautica for whatever reason. And that knocked them off course of doing the more important work of improving the foundation of class identity, of class flexibility, of perks and skills. So it's kind of a win-loss for this. Kind of a win-loss for this. The last thing I'll say, and not to end on a sour note, but this is, spoiler alert, it kind of is. No social space after years of teasing, right? No tavern, no guild hall, no way to hang out in the game with my friends, right? Unlike Quiver, the tavern or the guild hall is not a meme, okay? The Quiver is a meme. Quiver was important for Rangers. It would have made the game more comfortable for Rangers. It would have improved the game. But it became a meme because it was kind of inconsequential, right? Like, the game was fine without it. But the tavern or the guild hall is not something you want to play with. It's not a meme. It's a serious thing that a lot of people are excited for, right? We're excited for. 10 months ago, let me make this bigger. 10 months ago, there was a devcast. We watched a stream where Iron Mace previewed manage your own gathering hall, rent a hall, right? Iron Mace Tavern Table Episode 2. 10 months ago. 10 months ago. Gathering Hall Code of Conduct, right? My storeroom, install item. Here's someone placing a games table, perhaps, right? In the tavern, in the shared space. It's a thing that got a lot of people excited. It's a thing that got a lot of people holding on to attention for the game, right? And I think it's another example of how Iron Mace has mismanaged expectations. And the disappointment here is bad. Unlike other aspects of the game, people were really excited about a space, something bigger than PvP, right? Guild quests, like a whole other higher level idea of progression and community in the game. Expectations were set, and disappointment here is bad, right? It further compromises the credibility of the studio and turns people off of the game. I found this. This was from a roadmap. I think this is, I'm not sure if this is maybe a Ryan 6 Days a Week video, but he was summarizing stuff that was coming up on the roadmap. Look at this. Okay? On Wipe Day, Squire Merchant. Return of Goblin Caves, Solo, Ice Caves Duo. Early season. I don't even know what season this is. Maybe season 5? Early season. In the first 30 days, The Druid. Multi-classing. Free lobby removed. AP loot rebalanced. Okay? This is like summer of 2025. Probably. Right? Summer of 2024. This is probably 18 months ago. Late season, Ice Abyss map. New player race, PvP arenas, right? Guild Hall, player room, Steam release. This is probably from May 2024. We're almost there. This is almost 2 years old, right? These fucking idiots don't deserve our time. This guy is not a good business leader, developer, community manager, right? This guy is an idiot who doesn't deserve our time. And yet we stick around, right? And yet we're still here. This is egregious. This is so bad. This is so bad, right? When you think of how much effort was spent on this soggy piece of shit, right? On this go nowhere absolute waste of time. Right? Ooh, I'm going to play as a great white shark. I'm going to, you know, great. Great white shark. Great. Great job. The game could have been so much better. So much faster. Look at all the W's. There's a lot of W's. It could have been so much better, so much faster. But SDF didn't have a good example of a new game to copy fast enough, right? What's the takeaway here? Many of the game's issues and imbalances still exist. But Iron Mace has demonstrated they can make material changes to the game systems and combat. Okay? A lot of the lingering issues, a lot of what makes this game bad is still there. But Iron Mace's hand has been forced, and they have shown, finally, they can make meaningful, big changes to the game systems and combat. In summary, I say enjoy solo self-found this season. Enjoy exploring these new systems, get in the dungeon, loot some stuff, build your stash, have fun. And then, once the marketplace opens, play something else. Come back in late March, in April, and see how the game has evolved. Because it didn't take me long to get re-frustrated with major aspects of the game that I do not like, right? It took me like 36 hours. It took me the weekend to basically get back to the bottom of my spiral and be like, this game sucks. I hate this game, right? It didn't take long. And I feel like they're showing that they have the ability to move in the right direction. Right? They're moving in the right direction, but there's still a lot that's to be desired. So my recommendation is, if you care, enjoy solo self-found, and when the market comes online and all the meta sweats are enabled, right? Just quietly walk away. Come back late March or April and see what the Ranger updates are, see what the Rogue updates are. Don't waste your time on a game that doesn't deserve it until it does deserve it. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening to my epic yap, and good luck in your adventures. How long was that? Was that a 3-hour talk? Was that a 3-hour yap? My goodness. RIP. I mean, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since so much has changed, right? It's been a minute since so much has changed. So there's a lot to talk about. Board meetings go long sometimes. 3.5 hours. Okay. Should we? Let's do our trivia. Okay? Let's do our trivia. We'll release Clippy, and then maybe I'll just take a break, breathe, eat the rest of my donut. How's that sound? You should become a motivational yapper. What will you be doing, Blinn? Will you play out SSF and make videos? Yes. No, I'll play out SSF. There's enough for me to explore. I'm not going to stream the game. I'm not going to stream Dark and Darker playing solo. I feel like it's just too frustrating. I'd rather do my experimentation privately, make videos. So I think streams going forward for the next like month or so are going to be more random, are going to be more pop-up related, are going to be more just kind of casual fun. I don't think I'm going to stream Arc Raiders because the PvP in Arc Raiders is just unmotivating. I'm not going to stream Dark and Darker because solo sucks and Iron Mace is winning me back, but I don't feel like doing more promo for them. I'm going to explore it privately. So streams are going to be more hangout related, I think. More fun. Casual games, maybe? Just for the next month or so, I think. RIP no stream game. There'll be stream games. But I missed it last week. How were the off-stream trios? They were good. Like I said, trios gameplay feels way better than solos. Did you check out Half Sword? My plan was, after we get past trivia, I was going to play some Half Sword. I've got it installed. So, let's do our trivia, and then we'll ride out the night trying to dismember other poor farm hands with rakes and scythes. How's that sound? Are you ready? Thank you for the app, guys. Thanks for your attention. A few more deep breaths. Let's play some trivia, shall we? Let's play some trivia. Come on back. Wake up. The lecture is over. Come back to the tab. Heck yeah. Why no Twitch? Do you just hate Jeff Bezos? No, I don't like Twitch culture. The Twitch chat for other people seems sometimes more adversarial. I'm not native to Twitch, right? I don't, you know. Twitch streaming is different than YouTube streaming. It's a different vibe. And I was never really attracted to it. Also, on Twitch, I can't fully disable ads. And I hate freaking ads. On YouTube, I can say, do not monetize. And I think the way it works is if you are on a free YouTube account, you don't get any ads in the stream. It's because the people are younger on Twitch, right? I also have a bias towards old people. I prefer old people, or people that are at least old souls, right? Old at heart. Blend the Twitch chat you see don't have blend the Twitch chats you see don't have the Blend community. Exactly. I never had an evil YouTube chatter, but people are evil on Twitch. There's a lot about Twitch that grosses me out, but the ads are the grossest thing. And on YouTube, I can guarantee no ads. And that's huge. Because I hate ads. I hate ads. And like what? People make like, 80 cents? People make $12, right? From running ads? Like what's the point to make 12 bucks? It's dumb. My heart is like a raisin? What? Like shriveled and small? What is that? That's funny. What does that even mean? He's being poetic, right? Pennies? Yeah, it's pennies. It is pennies. Like for what? To compromise the viewing experience of hundreds of people? Like what's the point? You're not doing anyone any favors. But you can't disable it. You can't disable it. And there's also there's a culture of like, Twitch chat is like, I'll do push-ups for money, or I'll kill my teammates if you give me subs, or like, people only seem to acknowledge people that sub, Like there's this like culture of money on Twitch. It's like streamers only pay attention to people who gift subs. And I think that's not for me. That's I don't know. It's a different way of doing it. Speaking of which, whoa, Gonzo. Whoa, giving money. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. A coffee for you and Clippy. Love you both. Don't think it weird, but you were the best. Thanks for everything. I feel like on Twitch, this is the only way that people get streamers' attention, and I don't like that. I think you guys are hilarious, and hopefully you feel like today was not a good example because I needed to get through all the yapping content. I did not read a lot of chat today. I had to stay focused on my notes because there was a lot. But generally speaking, right? We have a dialogue, and it's not about money. And the people that are subscribed and support the channel are great, but I don't prioritize, I'll read messages from anybody, right? There's no priority. There's no like, and I feel like I was able to do that because YouTube, I have a different relationship with monetization on YouTube. Monetization is a bonus here on YouTube. It's not kind of like the de facto way you get someone's attention. Clippy behind a paywall. So no push-ups then. I could actually definitely use some push-ups, right? Twitch, especially during these drops things, there are like 8 ads. It sucks, right? Blend makes me feel seen. Excellent. I see you, Nap. NAP. I see you. And people want to feel seen, right? Like we're social creatures. We want to be acknowledged. We want to acknowledge other people. We want to be acknowledged. It's like, this is a digital pub. It's a digital social space. And if people are going to spend their time, which is their most valuable asset, right? The least I can do is try to respect people showing up by, by engaging with them, right? Anyway. Zio, are you out of the dungeon yet? I was kind of waiting for Zio to get out so we could play Words of Fortune. Clippy likes to hide in the shadows. We're gonna rocket through these games. Once Zio says go, we're rocketing through. We're gonna play 6 trivia games. They are all, yeah, I'm out. They are all Dark and Darker related, okay? Is he in a gang? LOL. 6 games. The rule today is if you win a game, you can only win once, and then it's in the winner's corner for you, because we don't want any double ups today. 6 trivia games for Dark and Darker. And then we're going to do a game once we have the winners. Okay? We're going to start with Words of Fortune. Are you ready? Guess the phrase. It's dad related. Spelling matters. No question marks in your response. Okay. We know how to play this game. I'll also say only one to start, only 1 or 2. To start, only 1 or 2. Get ready, folks. Trivia enjoyers, if there's anyone left awake after that epic yap session, here's the hint. Growing pains in the new meta. Okay? Growing pains in the new meta. I'll do this one. Okay. Here we go. We're revealing more. I'll stop when I think it's gettable. Go here. Yeah, I'll hang here for a second. Who? Thank you, Clippy. I'm gonna have a bite of my donut and take a breath. Oh. Can anyone guess this? There it is. Growing pains in the new meta, guys. Blocking with your hands is not very effective. Homie nailed it, Lamau. Xi Oxide, guys. Okay, Xio, back in the dungeon. Your work is done. You're on the board. You can't win too. Xi Oxide. Neither is blocking with your tits. It's true. It's true, right? A lot of poor MFers. Where is he? Looking like this guy these days, right? A lot of poor MFers. Good. Growing pains. Zio. Very good. Okay. Okay. Zio's on the board. Okay, we'll do this one. What is this module? Okay. I show screen cap. You guess module name. Exact name as it appears in game. Exact. Exact. Spelling matters. No question marks. To start, only one of you guesses each, please. Here we go. Catch the weapon with your teeth. Imagine. I had no chance for the other ones anyway. You got it, buddy. You're on. Here we go. What is the name of this module? Let's take a look and see what we can see. As I reveal... Ooh. Okay, a little more information here. A little more data. As I reveal... Oh, there's a big hint. Where are we here? What is the exact name of this module? There's a little more information. It's not anthill. Oh, now we're looking at it. Here's the big hint. There's the big hint. What's the name of this module? The name as it appears in the game. Ooh, it's not Mimic Layer. Good guess. It's not Mimic Layer. But very good guess. Admirer's Room. Very good guess. It is not, but you guys are sniffing around it. Yes! Oros. Yes. Now, this, guys, is kind of a public service announcement. Because currently, there is a quest to find a module called Cemetery. And it took me 8 raids to finally realize this module was on crypts. Okay? Cemetery looks like this. There's nothing, this is not a cemetery. This is not a cemetery. But it's called Cemetery. And you need to find this module for a quest, okay? So take note of how it looks. It's got this kind of like dumbbell kind of look, right? It's got the mage. Took me 25 runs. That's a lot, right? I was losing my mind at 8. I'm still on that friggin' quest, lol. This was to help you guys. Public service announcement. Oros. GG. Excellent work. Excellent. There's so many modules with cemetery in the name. There's so many modules that look like a friggin' cemetery, right? That actually have graves that are not called cemetery. How beneficent. I kept walking around Old Cemetery thinking it was it. Yeah, totally. Totally. Friggin' graveyard. It's so dumb. Trivia game winners will be playing for the Discord role of very important person this week. If you win, and you're not in the executive only Discord, we'll send you an invite. Yes. Side note, locking multiple vendor requests behind one of these stupid find the module quests that aren't guaranteed is so annoying. Yes. Oh yes, tell Oros to sit out. So the rule today, because we only have 6 slots, Zyozide and Oros now are in the winner's camp. Okay, winner's camp. So you are no longer allowed to play the rest of the trivia games, Oros. Zio, you're on the board. You do not need to play. You cannot play anymore. I will ignore your answers in chat, okay? Okay. Are you ready for a close-up? Are you ready for a close-up? Gotcha. Thanks, buddy. For this game, I show picture. You guess name of thing. Spell it good. Exact as it appears in game. No question marks. No question marks. To start, only 1 or 2 guesses each. Are you ready? Are you ready to look at this thing? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. What is this thing? Ooh, what is this thing? Is this snipeable? I think it is. I think it is. Oh. Who wants to venture a guess? Does anyone want to guess at this thing? Or is it too obscure? I'm out already. Lantern shield, good guess. Interesting. Ooh, bug shell, good guess. No. Okay. Let's make it slightly easier, shall we? Ooh, guys. Ooh, guys, what is the thing? It's not a harpy. It's not living armor. What is this thing? Ooh, it's gettable. Who's got the thingies? Silver coin is an excellent guess, Skeets. It is not a silver coin. Token of honor, another excellent guess. Krumpelman. Trollhide. Ooh, good guess. NAP. Necklace of Peace. Good guess. It is not. No, it is not these things. Oh, friends. Okay, good. I was hoping this was gonna be too easy. These are good guesses. Iron ore. Very good guess. Very interesting. It is not iron ore. Okay. Okay. More guesses. Now we're gonna open it up. Guys. Who's got it? Who's got it? Who can see it? Who knows what this thing is called? Ooh, it's not a living statue. Guess as many times as you want. Guess as many times as you want. It's not a living statue. It's a good guess. Hi, Lyrid. Dead statue. Guys, thanks for hanging out all stream. It's so nice of you. Thank you. Guess! Guess! Spam guesses! What is this thing? Yes! Are you kidding? Sneaker Beaster, are you kidding? Sneaker Beaster doesn't even like this game, guys. Sneaker Beaster doesn't even like this game. He knows what a friggin' Batwing looks like, though, I tell ya. Oh, okay, that was my guess. Yeah. Oh. Not right. I was gonna type Batwing as a joke. Oh, I'm glad you... Clippy, we'll put you on the board. Sneaker Beaster, are you kidding? No, it's a Batwing. That's funny. That's funny. GG, Sneaky. Matching Clippy one. Sneaky! My guess was living statue. I see. You gotta be kidding me. I'm not. There it is. I have not seen waiting in a while. Likes to mess with us. I brought it into the frost map because you do. Well, I guess you can. There's bats in the frost map. Figured the lighting, right? It's fun. It's so blue. This guy. Yes, totally, totally. Sneaker Beaster. Give my win to Gonzo. No, buddy, you're in, buddy. No, I do not accept that. I do not accept. You're in. You get into the winner's camp, Mister. You get yourself a bowl of stew, and you sit by the fire. Right? You tell a story and you wait for the rest of us. The lighting messed me up. Excellent. Okay, here we go. This time, we are guessing the piece of gear. This is a spam guessing game. You guess as many times as you wish. Okay? I want the exact name of the item. This is guess the piece of gear. I'm going to give you a hint. And then you have to guess the piece of gear based on the hint, okay? Are you ready? No sneakers, no Oros, no Zio. Ready? Goon Gang. I hope so. Because here we go. Name an item that has weapon damage 26. An item that has weapon damage 26. A jester's hat. What? What? Guess, guess, guess. What item? Ooh. Arming sword? These are good guesses. Recurve bow is a good guess. Interesting, interesting. No, it is none of those things so far. This is a spam guessing game. Hey, Swifty! Falchion! It is not. Good guess. Ceremonial staff is a very good guess. Ham. Short sword is a good guess. It is not. Where are my spammers at? Where are my spam guessers? Ooh, Rondell dagger? Good guess. It is not. A lute? Very good guess. It is not. I'll give another hint in 1 second. I think I got a sprinkle in the back of my nose. A club is a good guess. It is not. Ooh, a crystal sword. These are good guesses. These are good guesses. What if I said also has a move speed of -10? Hey, what if I said that? What if I said that? Who's the first person to guess it? Stiletto dagger. Good guess. It is not. Spelled correctly. Very good. It is not. Viking sword. Excellent guess. Leo Castle. It is not. Who's gonna get it? Who's got that fast fingy? There it is. There it is. There's the fast fingy. There's the fast fingy. What is this? What is this? It is a unique Castellan dagger. Castellan dagger spelled correctly. Our boy Ham Salad. Chris Dagger's an excellent guess, Bulldog. It was close, buddy. That was close. That was neck and neck. That could have gone either way. Everyone has one of those. You guessed it, buddy. You guessed it. Ham Salad. In the winner's camp. Hambone. Hambone. He's in there. Okay, we'll do module and then last close-up, okay? And then that will be our trivia squad. GG Ham Salad. GG Ham. This is a good one. Okay. Module game. If we are giving dividends, I want a bone. Sadly, you can have this Castellan dagger. There's no trading right now, right? There's no trading because it's solo self-found. So it's just for bragging rights and VIB. We're just playing for community social currency. Ham loves the bone. Module game. Guess the name of this place on the map. Exact name only. Are you ready? And we'll say to start, only 1 or 2 guesses each, please. To start. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me just reboot the music here. Wow, we've gone through it. Holy moly, we've gone through it today. Epic yapping today, guys. What is the name of this module? Rutrow. Where the heck? What is the name of this module? Look at the hints. Look at the hints. Oh. What is the name of this module, guys? Clearly, this is a new Fire Deep module. Hut C, it's a good guess. It is not. Hut A, good guess. It is not. Altar, it is not. Cabin, good guess. Keep guessing. Guess, guess, guess. Where are we? What is that thing? I took a chance on this one, guys. I took a chance on this one. There it is, Leo Castle. Sorry, Bulldog. Oh, Bulldog, no. Oh, I bet you he's pulling his hair. He's like, no, bro. No, bro. That's probably what he's like. Rip Charlie. Oh, it is. Where are we? What is the name of this bloody module, guys? Look, I'm flying close to the sun. I'm flying close. How far we've come. Indeed, this module is called Bridge. Nar, brar. To anyone wondering, Bridge used to be censored on this channel by mistake. Yeah, we had it on like a ban list for some reason, for no reason. It's Bridge. Leo Castle is in there. Sorry, Charlie. Leo Castle's on the board. In the winners camp, please and thank you. We have one final game to play. Winners, please do not play. People who have yet to win, focus up. This is the 6th and final trivia game of the session. So brazen. It was. But it's been long enough now. No, I took it off the list. It was like next to all these disgusting words, and then Bridge was just in the list of censored words. And I was like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. One last close-up game. One last close-up game. Ready to guess the thing. Only 1 or 2 guesses to start. Spelling matters. No question marks. Need the type of my phone. My own fault. Keyboard is bugging it for some reason. Sorry, dude. Ready? Ready to guess this thing? Feast your eyes and tell me in 3, 2, 1. What is this thing? What is this thing? Who knows it? Bitwang. It's not a Bitwang. Imagine though. Imagine. What's the name of this thing? Oh, an Ifrit. Interesting. Hemorrhage. That's a good spelling, right? Did he spell this correctly? I think he did. Good job, young man. It's not a hemorrhage. Any brave sniper attempts before we move on? What is this thing, guys? What does it look like to you? People are being careful with their guesses. Now, what if I showed you a little bit more? What if I gave a little more visual information? What do you think? What does this look like? When my eyes are closed and there's kind of a light showing through my eyelid. Yeah. That is kind of what this is, right? Any guesses? What if I said guess as many times as you'd like? What if I said guess as many times as you'd like, no limit? Okay? Just put the wildest guesses out there. Wildest guesses out there. Like, for example, you could guess Goblin Womb, right? Is this one of them new mobs? Guy getting hit. Fire Elemental is a good guess. It is not. Embervein Cloak? Interesting. It is not. A new merch item? Interesting. It is not. What if I told you it is not a new merch item? Pregnant Cyclops. Exactly. Now we're thinking, right? Now we're thinking. Chicken Alfredo. Is that like warm stew? Is that the warm stew you get in the dungeon? What if we go kind of close? Does this help you at all? Does this help at all? Who can see it? Who's going to see it first? What is this thing? It's going to be a frost feather that he took to the new map. I mean, kind of, but not. Ooh, good guess. It's not the Colossus. Good guess. If you step back enough. Ooh, Wyvern Egg. Good guess. It is not. What could it be? Vita Spray. Hey, you're in the winner's camp, Sneaky. Coin Bag. Good guess. It is not. Mayhaps people need a little more assistance, maybe? It's not a skull. It's not a dwarf. Hi, Lily. What is this thing? What is this thing, guys? I don't think I can go much smaller than this. It's not a demon dog. It's not a statue. 1 second. Let me try this here. If I rotate this, this might help. Is it a monument to all my sins? Kind of. That's kind of that. Surgical kit? Good guess. I just kind of rotated it. I'm not sure if that helps or hurts. Oh, it's not a broken skull. You guys are you're getting closer. You're getting closer. So it's the grave mind? I mean, it's not an intact skull. What does it look like? Brazier. No, you're getting colder. It was closer before. Any ideas, Clippy? Clippy won't know this. Aha! It's not a mummy. It's not a mummy. Oh, guys. It's not a lantern. This is a very good guess. It's not a nightmare mummy. These are good guesses. It's not the Ghost King. It's not a zombie. It's not a nightmare goblin mage. It's not a zombie. It's not a mummy. It's not a zombie. What could it be? What could it be? It's not a nightmare zombie. The weird cyber dog. It's not the cyber dog. But that's, you know, you're kind of on the right track, Clippy, in a way. Why? Guys. You guys are so close. It's not a skeleton footman. It's not a... What the hell is a dog man? It's not a skeleton footman. It's not a mummy. It's not a zombie. It's not a skeleton footman. What is it? It's not the magma pig. Nope. I don't know red stuff. It's not a skeleton swordsman. It's not a skeleton. I'm so out of the loop, man. I don't know. I wish I had more visual data I could show you. It has nothing to do with lava. Pan around the image. I could have taken a bigger screenshot. They're so close. They're so close. It's not lava. It has nothing to do with lava. Pan up and down. I haven't played... It's not from the new map. This is me waking up from my 6 a.m. shift. RIP. It has nothing to do with the new map. You guys are gonna be upset. It's actually not that difficult. It's not a mummy. It's not a skeleton. It's not a mermaid corpse. Good thinking. It's not a demon dog. It's not a warlock demon. What is the name of this thing? It's not warlock demon form. Good guess. It's not a Cerberus. Very good guess, Lily. It's not. Come on. One of you. It's gonna click. It's gonna click. It's gonna click. It's not a centaur. It's not one of those damn healers. What are they called? The imps or whatever? No, it's not an imp. The gears are turning now. It's true. No, it's not an imp. Oh, dudes, it's like hiding in plain sight. This is hilarious. Oh! I could have taken a better picture, I guess. Yes! Yes! NAP. It's a Frost Walker. Frost Walker. Frost. It's a Nightmare Frost Walker. It's red in the ice map, right? It's a Frost Walker. NAP. Feels seen, right? I, in fact, did not know. Yes. That was a good one. Dang. Lava Frost Waller. I hate this guy. Oh, damn. The sneak attack. I should have known when you said Mummy was close. Yes, I tried. I don't want to give too much away. N-A bloody P. Love it. Damn it. When I was playing last night, and I was like, there's a red zombie in the ice map. This is gonna confuse the crap out of everyone, right? Yay! Thank you for guessing, guys. Thank you for guessing. Okay. Oh, dang. Clippy's got it locked already. Are you kidding? Are you kidding, Clippy? I walked so Bulldog could run. That's very funny. Oh, man. It has been a minute. Guys, what are we going to do here? Check it out. This is what we're going to do. Okay? We're going to play a little game. And that game is called Heroes versus Hordes. Who remembers? Heroes versus Hordes. Who remembers? Who membies? Man, I love these trivia games. Me too. Me too. Can we get some claps in the chat for Clippy? Because look at what Clippy's done. I'm gonna move this over. How am I gonna do this? I'll go like so, maybe. Get a little bit of branding going. Like so. We'll zoom in a little bit. Heroes versus Hordes. Guys, this is a game. It's a stream game that we made. We made this ourselves. We drew the sprites. We coded the tech. We asked ChatGPT to help us. Holy moly, guys. Check it out. We can get big. We can get big on this one. We can get big on this one. So here's how it works. We have a party of heroes, right? I was here for the Heroes vs. Hordes beta test. Where's my veteran discount? We have heroes, okay, in a party. They're protecting the hero camp. They are facing down a nasty goblin horde. Okay? Heroes win when all enemies are defeated. The enemies are going to move in a straight line, and the heroes are going to move in a straight line. Each hero is responsible for defeating the mobs on their line, and it's kind of RNG. There's more than this, so the starting configuration is only a fraction of the battle, okay? The mobs are going to move in. The heroes have to defend their lane. The heroes win when all the enemies are defeated. The enemies win if all the heroes die, or if one hero dies, the enemies pour into the camp and do damage to the camp. The camp has 30 HP. Let's see here. The turn goes from top to bottom, left to right each round. So it's a turn-based combat game, and every unit on the board will have a turn to move or attack, etc. Okay? Heroes have a 15% chance to move forward, and enemies have a 75% chance to advance towards the heroes, only if the space is free. Damage is rolled as 1, 2, or 3, right? You can do 1, 2, or 3 damage, and the heroes have a 30% chance to block enemies. The enemies have a 10% chance to block. There is also a 25% chance to counterattack on block, which always deals 3 damage. Enemies spawn 2 to 6 per column, with at least 2 elites guaranteed. There are elite mobs. The elites have 2x the HP and 2x the damage, and 1x the breach damage. If an enemy reaches the hero camp, it deals damage equal to its remaining HP, and then it dies. It kamikazes on the hero camp. The heroes have 12 HP, the enemies have 3 HP. The hero camp has 30 HP. I'm gonna re-roll this a couple times. Guys, I got this, I will solo them. This looks fairly fair. Here, this is a thick ass horde. This is how we're gonna go. This is how we're gonna go. We have a start the battle. Make taller to see the text on the bottom. Thank you. We have we can pause to assess the situation. Who do we have? Who are our heroes? Zioxide looks like a bonk wizard, a frost wizard. He's got that magic staff, but he knows how to use it, guys. Zio the bonk frost whiz. Love to see it. Oros, right? A sneaky assassin with a parrying dagger and a curved blade. Sneakers, right? Sword and board. Got a little top knot there. Hair tied back because he means business. Ham salad. Got a little feather in his cap, right? Nice silver shield. Little swashbuckling blade. Leo Castle. Topless barbarian. Snores like a pig. He's got the bardiche, right? NAP. The trusty cleric. Breastplate. Flanged mace. Decorative heater shield. What's not to like? Southpaw fighter. It is. It's true. Somebody cast fireball. Are you ready? Do I have... we'll let this music, you know, we'll pause. We'll pause music. Pause music. The heroes not having legs explains why they move so slowly. Yes. That makes sense, right? It makes sense. I feel seen. Yay! Okay, are you ready? Congratulations to all our heroes. Good luck. Heroes, focus on your lane. Don't die. I guess one more thing to mention is if the heroes, they have a blocking bonus if they are shoulder to shoulder with other heroes. So if a hero does move forward and breaks formation, then there is a disadvantage to blocking. So there is an incentive. You want the heroes to stay side by side because they have they're stronger in a shield wall kind of formation. Here we go. Bring down the horde. I feel seen. Witness me. I feel witnessed. How do I toggle first person again? 3, 2, 1. Here comes the horde. Here comes the horde. They're moving up. Okay. The horde grows stronger. Keep an eye because there's more off screen. So far, no heroes have moved. The horde is coming, guys. Ooh, the first elite is on the board. Oh, Sneakers got eager. So did NAP. Out of formation. Oh, the elites are coming in now, guys. Zio has an elite. Oros and Ham Salad has an elite to deal with. Oh, they're coming. It's a horde, dudes. Sweet mother of God. It's a horde. It's coming. Sneakers, first engagement here. In exchange, 2 damage. Sneakers took a little bit of damage. Oh, people are out of position, though. We're staggered. We're staggered. Sneakers takes his out. Okay, let's pause here. Let's pause. Let's pause. Oros took a hit. Sneakers killed his. Small amount of damage. Terrible heroes positioning. I guess Sneakers and Ham Salad found each other's shoulders. So maybe there is a bit of blocking here. Leo has to take care of his mob and move up. Okay? There is a punishment for being too eager, but it's hard. You have to resist charging the enemy. Wait for them to fall upon you. What is this? What is this? A pregnant one? Could that be a pregnant one? Maybe it is. So far, no one's got 2 elites. These elites are no joke, though, guys. Here we go. Resume. Yeah. Oh, NAP got a block in, but NAP took some serious damage. Oh, the horde. Sneakers moves ahead again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. More goblins down. So far, hero damage mitigated. Zao kills his. Good block from Leo Castle. NAP is at half HP, fighting a pregnant goblin. Good damage in. Ham Salad. Sneakers is looking pretty hurt. Ham's doing okay. Leo's okay. NAP just under half. Zio Oros looking very good in the top lanes here. So far, no more double elites. No double elites, which is good. Nice block from Sneakers. Good goblins dying. Now here come the elites, guys. Here come the elites. Zio, Oros need the HP. Uh-oh. Zio and Oros side by next. Good damage. Oh, huge damage from the elites. No. No. Ham Salad died. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh. The elites. Oh, dudes. Potentially overrun. Leo took care of his lane.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. I think it might be over, guys. I didn't void my battles soon enough. Okay. Unlucky. This is bad. This is what happens when you play Phil Q. Oh, no. Pop alt. Yeah. Rip. Well, let's try it again, shall we? Let's try it again. It was close. Was it? I guess it was close. I can tell that was Blinn making that noise. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That was pretty thick to start, right? It was pretty thick to start. I cast Fall Over and Die. Enjoy my freaking gobbo scum. Whirlwind bugged. So many funny jokes, guys. Shield wall bonus might not exist yet. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just pretend it does. It's a placebo. I think it does. I'll have to check. It's been so long since we played this game. We've been playing Arc Raiders. We've been playing other games. It's hard to kind of do a fun fantasy themed game when we're playing Arc Raiders, right? It was a free kit. The starting horde was too thick. They're pre-teaming. I'll bring the Biss this time. Okay. Everyone's gone back to their stash, right? They got the Biss. Let's see what happens. 3 in Zio's lane. 2 for Oros. 1 for Sneakers. 3 for Ham Salad. 2 for Leo. 1 for NAP. Here we go. That's just the starting config, though. We have no idea what's lurking off the edge here. Ooh, an elite for Leo off the rip. Okay, we're moving forward. Good formation, though. A good staggered shield wall formation. Good. Here they come. More elites on the board. Oh, man, they look bad, don't they? They look nasty. They do. Good, they're holding. Hold! Uh-oh, Zio got eager. NAP got eager. They're going out to meet them. Damage from Oros. Damage from Ham Salad. Good. Let's watch Zio here. Good damage from Zio. Yep. NAP counterattack kill. Good. NAP's got the elite though. Zio takes care of his. Good. Here we go again. Zio. Good. Good damage in. All the way down. A block here from Ham Salad. NAP versus elite. Keep your eye here. Zio takes care of his. Damage in on Oros. Not good. NAP got damage in. No damage. Excellent. Okay, NAP says we're cut out. Oros is looking hurt, but not too much left in Oros' lane. This is good. Watch Zio. Good damage from Zio. NAP took care of the elite. Very good. Now it's Leo versus the elite and Ham versus the elite. Half HP for Ham and Leo. Watch Zio. Good damage. Oros is staying alive. Ham took a ton of damage. Leo took a lot of damage. Uh-oh. Leo's on the ropes. Big time. Zio, good damage. Oh, Ham down again. Uh-oh, that's a big long line. Watch Zio. Good clear. Uh-oh. Leo dead. Uh-oh. Do we have enough?
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe? Uh-oh. I don't think so. I think just by one. By a couple. Oh, no. It's not easy. It's not easy. So loud. One more time, okay? One more time. We're rebooting it. It's not easy. It's not easy. Let's try it again. Here we go. Zio jumps out. We lost the bits. We got to fall back on the so-so kits. Maybe this time, though. The combat experience. It was close. Solid attempt. It was good. It was good. It's possible. My back hurts from carrying, says Sneakers. Here should be able to attack in diagonal lines. This is rigged. Fart, we barely understand how the back end works. We vibe coded this. We do not understand it. Look at this. Oros, I am not envious. There is so many goblins in this row. Here comes Zio. Good damage. Ooh, Oros got blocked. Uh-oh. Zio, good damage. Oros got blocked again. Sneakers, good damage. Ham, Leo Castle, NAP looking good. Good blocks from the squad. Good blocks. Man, we got to give moral support to Oros. Nice counterattack from Sneakers. Very good. Cleaning it up. Ham Salad doing good work. Leo Castle, NEP, not even hurt. Not even hurt. Zio is just going berserk, right? Skewering guys. That's a lot of damage in. That's a lot of damage for the party here. Watch Oros. Oh, nice work. Leo Castle, NEP, clearing it out. Ham Salad, Sneakers holding down the middle. Oros kills his. Sneakers almost half HP. Good damage from Zio. Good blocks here. Ham Salad, Oros. Holding tight. There's 2 elites for Ham Salad. That is not good. Oh, blocks, double blocks. Nice block from Sneakers. Oh, the Oros lane though. Oh, these elites are killer. No. Uh-oh. Will it be enough? Can the other guys hold on? Can they hold on? Oros. No. Uh-oh. This could be a lot. Maybe the other guys have to... This is a nail biter. Zio's cleaning up top row. Zio's done his job. Sneakers, Leo Castle, NAP. Is it enough to hold them off? I don't think so. I don't think so. That was a cursed row. This was a cursed row.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Imagine. There's a human cleric who sees this happening and it's like, oh no, we have to give these guys a hand. So, a human cleric comes down from the mountainside and buffs the hero HP. Okay? Let's try again. Buffed hero HP. Here we go. Thank you, Clippy. Coding on the fly. Zio, Oros, Sneakers, Ham Salad, Leo Castle, NAP. 2 elites on the board. A fairly even distribution of mobs across the lanes. I can't believe I had to run this 4 times. Hey, it's how the cookie crumbles, right? NAP is getting eager. Rushing out to meet them. Feeling emboldened by the HP buffs. A block here on Oros. Good damage from Oros. Good damage from NAP. Good damage from Zio. Oros kills his. Did Ham kill his, I think? NAP maybe? We'll watch down the list here. Good damage from Sneakers. Leo cleaning it up. NAP, good work. Yep, Zio, good. Leo, good. Watch NAP here. Watch Sneakers, NAP. Good damage, good damage. They're reforming the line. Watch damage from Zio. Good Sneakers and NAP kill theirs. Here we go. Man, maybe we didn't need the HP. These guys you're crushing it this time. Good formation, good damage. Watch the front line. Excellent. Leo kills his. NAP damage in. Watch the front line. The elites, though. 4 elites. 4 elites. 2 for Oros. Oh, lane 2 is cursed. Okay, here we go. Leo Castle kills theirs. HP still looking good. We're getting down to it now. It really is an elite battle. Elite battle. Yep, we're chewing through it now, guys. Oh yeah, the elites are down. Oros has another elite to deal with. Ooh, got hurt there though. Got hit pretty hard. Good job from Zio. Oros. No. Hurt. Oh, Oros, no. Ham Salad has 2 to go. Sneakers cleaning his up. NAP has cleared his row. Leo Castle's cleared his row. Will Ham Salad survive? We did it. Hooray. Oops. The victory square is not perfectly accurate, but we have our heroes: Zio, Sneakers, Ham Salad, Leo Castle, NAP. Sorry, Oros. Oh, I think HP is balanced well now. I laid down my life for the cause. GG, guys. GG. Let's just take a... These will be our VIBs, okay? You know what? Let's just make... Can we make the whole crew the VIB? We'll do 6 VIBs this week. The way I had envisioned this going is that a couple people would survive. We would win, but there'd be like 1, 2, or 3 people that survived. But it turns out that the Horde proved too strong in the beginning. Or else you will be remembered. Literally won without even showing up. It's gonna be a wild cheese board. The biggest cheese board you've ever seen. What I'm gonna do is... We're all VIB. That's true. Let's do it. Zio, Oros, Sneakers, Ham Salad, Leo Castle, NAP. 6 VIBs this week. What's not to like? What's not to like? Thank you, Clippy. Can we get another round of claps for Clippy, please? Claps for Clippy, please. Thank you, Clippy, for being here all day, for listening to my ridiculous yap, and for helping us play Heroes vs. Hordes. No worries. No worries. Coding on the fly is not easy. Yay! Yay! Guys, I'm wiped. I was gonna play Half Sword, but my throat hurts and I'm tired. So I think I'm gonna end stream. And we're gonna release Clippy, right? And we'll go from there. My goal is to step back from a more rigorous stream schedule and focus a little more on videos for the next few weeks. It's also kind of pre-tax season, so I need a little bit of time to get my studio corporate taxes in order. But I want to have a closer look at this season, at some of the fighter stuff off stream. I want to focus on videos for the next couple of weeks. I will be doing casual pop-up streams, but very casual. PvE games. Maybe we'll do a bit of book reading. Maybe we'll do an art stream in the weeks ahead. I've got some ideas for art. Could be fun. But a little more casual in terms of stream, and we're going to focus on videos for a bit. And, because we're kind of saving our energy. Mistfall is coming. Hunger is coming. And I do really want to get my hands in on some of the solo dad stuff and see if I can make that work. Make offline trio videos. Exactly. Or duo. Yes. There'll be more time. There will be more time to play with people, because that is nice for me to get used to too. Totally. Totally. I was doing other things, so I was confused. No, you're good. We're here. High quality endurance. Yeah, thank you. Your time is appreciated. Your time is appreciated, NAP. I feel seen. Appreciate you too, buddy. Thanks, dudes. That was some epic party fights, right? That was a good camp battle. Man, I like how hard the goblins are. I had a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone. GG, everyone. Hope all types of games out there to jam on. All types of games out there to jam on. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll probably do end of February, like classic dad roast. So if you are playing Dark and Darker, do save your clips, right? Do save a roast clip. We'll probably do a dad roast. Just because, 3 weeks of SSF, people are playing the game. So, save your dad roast clips. Classic dad roast sometime end of Feb. We're just putting that out there. The OG gang and the new guys trickling in. Appreciate all you guys. It's true. It's awesome. Have a great night, dudes. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. Good luck in the dungeons. Right? Don't get too discouraged like me. I think the game is on a good track. It is on a good track. It just needs more time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening. Say goodbye, okay? Bye, guys. Bye.